Chapter 1530. After Jiang Wei left the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area, he immediately went to Zhao Feng's mansion in the inner court and asked the people there. Soon after, he learned that Zhao Feng had come out of closed-door cultivation a while ago and had contacted the inner court elder, Liu Huan. He had left his mansion yesterday and had yet to return. Jiang Wei knew very well that Zhao Feng would never return. This was because he was already dead. Liu Huan. After leaving Zhao Feng's mansion, Jiang Wei went straight to Liu Huan. When he arrived at Liu Huan's mansion, he happened to see a familiar figure walking out. Elder Bai Li? Jiang Wei was a little surprised when he saw Bai Li Hong walking out of Liu Huan's mansion. Currently, Bai Li Hong and Liu Huan should be at loggerheads. After all, Bai Li Hong's junior brother was from Mound Hill City. He was the disciple of Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Jiang Wei knew very well about the enmity between Fang Hui and Liu Huan. He had even thought that Bai Li Hong might come to him and ask him to kill Liu Huan. If Bai Li Hong really came to him, he would not be able to reject him. Although Liu Huan was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect, he was nothing compared to Bai Li Hong. To put it bluntly, if Liu Huan's position in the Moon Illumination sect was compared to Bai Li Hong's position in the sect, he was not even qualified to clean Bai Li Hong's shoes. Who was Bai Li Hong? A 3-star Saint Inscription Master. In the entire 9-sect Alliances district, apart from the Mountain Shade Black Market Saint Inscription Master, there were only 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters. Due to this reason, no matter if it was him or the other few Moon Illumination sect Supreme Elders, they were all very polite when they faced Bai Li Hong. They were afraid that they would offend Bai Li Hong due to some minor details. In fact, Bai Li Hong was very popular in the eyes of the other 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market. All these years, the 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market had extended an olive branch to Bai Li Hong, but they were all rejected by him. The reason he rejected them was because he felt a sense of belonging to the Moon Illumination sect and he was grateful to the Moon Illumination sect for taking care of him all these years. Due to this reason, the group of Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, had always maintained a sense of propriety when they faced Bai Li Hong. Just like now, when Jiang Wei greeted Bai Li Hong, a rare gentle smile appeared on his stern face. Sect leader. Bai Li Hong was surprised to see Jiang Wei. Sect Master, are you here to look for Elder Liu Huan? Exactly. Jiang Wei nodded with a smile. Then I won't disturb Sect Master any longer. Bai Li Hong said goodbye to Jiang Wei and left. Now that half a day had passed, he was no longer worried that Liu Huan would be able to catch up with his junior brother who was on his way back to his hometown. Meanwhile, in Liu Huan's mansion, Liu Huan, who had just sent Bai Li Hong off, turned around and heard a stuttering voice. Sect leader. The stuttering voice came from an inner court disciple standing at the entrance of Liu Huan's mansion. He was also Liu Huan's in-name disciple. Of course, a nominal disciple was actually just someone who did odd jobs, and their status was completely incomparable to a personal disciple. Sect leader. Liu Huan was shocked when he heard the stuttering voice coming from behind. He immediately turned around. With just a glance, he saw a tall and majestic middle-aged man standing nearby looking at him calmly. Elder Liu Huan. Sect leader, why are you here? When Liu Huan saw Jiang Wei, he could not help but have a shocked expression on his face. In fact, Jiang Wei had never come to his mansion before this. Although he was an inner court elder, he was ranked at the bottom among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. Usually, he would not even be part of the decision-making team in the sect. Due to this reason, he rarely had the chance to meet the sect leader alone. Let alone the fact that the sect leader personally came to his mansion to look for him. At this moment, while Liu Huan was overwhelmed by the favor, he respectfully led Jiang Wei in. Sect leader, please. Along the way, Liu Huan nodded and bowed. He looked like an obedient dog that would bite whoever he was told to bite. The current Liu Huan was like a completely different person compared to the Liu Huan who was flaunting his prowess in Han River City not long ago. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. In the main hall of Liu Huan's mansion, Liu Huan respectfully led Jiang Wei to the main seat while he stood on the lower side. Jiang Wei did not stand on ceremony and sat down, displaying the aura of a sect leader. Sect leader, is there anything I can help you with? Liu Huan asked nervously as he stood there. Although he was flattered that the sect leader came to look for him, when he suppressed the excitement in his mind, he realized that things were not as simple as it seemed. There must be something that the sect leader came to look for him. It was impossible that he was here to have a chat. Liu Huan immediately thought of Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong. Don't tell me Bai Li Hong asked the sect leader to get rid of me. The moment Liu Huan thought of this, his heart jolted. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this possibility before, but so what if he thought of it? Could he leave the Moon Illumination sect? He, Liu Huan, had been in the Moon Illumination sect all his life and had long rooted himself in the sect. He was unwilling to leave the sect to make a living. Due to this reason, he had always hoped that Bai Li Hong would not do that. After all, he was very cooperative when Bai Li Hong came to threaten him previously. He did not show any resistance at all. It must be because of something else. After taking a deep breath, Liu Huan, who was feeling uneasy, began to comfort himself. Did you look for Elder Zhao Feng after he came out of closed-door cultivation? Jiang Wei looked at Liu Huan and asked nonchalantly. Yes. Although Liu Huan did not know why Jiang Wei asked this, he nodded and answered. This was not a secret. Many people in Zhao Feng's mansion knew that he had gone to see Zhao Feng. Didn't Zhao Feng go after Duan Lingtian? Why is the sect leader asking about Zhao Feng at such a coincidence? Liu Huan thought it was strange. Do you know that Elder Zhao Feng left yesterday? Jiang Wei asked again. No. Liu Huan shook his head with a confused expression on his face. Sect leader, did something happen to Elder Zhao Feng? Naturally, he knew that Zhao Feng had left the sect yesterday and was lurking outside. However, how could he admit that he knew about it? After all, the matter of him and Zhao Feng conspiring to kill Duan Lingtian couldn't be brought out into the open. Elder Zhao Feng is dead. Jiang Wei looked at Liu Huan and said nonchalantly. Elder Zhao Feng was dead. When Jiang Wei's words entered Liu Huan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. He was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. Elder Zhao Feng is dead. When Liu Huan regained his senses, he was also dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with shock, and he did not know what to do. Naturally, this was Liu Huan's instinctive reaction. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wei realized that Zhao Feng's death had nothing to do with Liu Huan. Based on Liu Huan's expression, it did not seem like he was lying. However, how could he have known that Liu Huan was frightened because he had never thought that something like this would happen? Zhao Feng was dead. He knew very well what Zhao Feng had gone to do. Originally, as far as he was concerned, Zhao Feng would surely be able to achieve his objective and kill Duan Lingtian, who was a great threat to him. He was already waiting for Zhao Feng to return so that he could hold a celebratory feast. However, before Zhao Feng returned, the sect leader had already come to look for him. Moreover, he had brought him such shocking news. Zhao Feng went to kill Duan Lingtian. Bai Li Hong has been with me all this while, so it's impossible for him to have done it. In other words, someone else must have killed Elder Zhao Feng. The moment Liu Huan thought of this, he shuddered again. Naturally, it did not cross his mind that it was Duan Lingtian who had killed Zhao Feng. Even if Duan Lingtian had good innate talent and had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, Liu Huan did not care about him at all. From the beginning until the end, he had regarded Duan Lingtian as an ant. If it was not for Bai Li Hong, Duan Lingtian would have died a long time ago. Even if he did not die in his hands, he would have died in the hands of the Mountainshade Black Market's assassins. Zhao Feng is dead. He must have offended some powerhouse on his way here and was killed by that powerhouse. I wonder if that powerhouse had already killed Duan Lingtian before he killed Zhao Feng. At this moment, Liu Huan was not thinking about Zhao Feng's death. He was more concerned about whether Duan Lingtian was still alive or not. Whether Zhao Feng was dead or not had nothing to do with him. He did not care at all. What he cared about was whether Duan Lingtian was still alive or not. As long as Duan Lingtian was still alive, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. From the beginning until the end, not only did Liu Huan not think it was Duan Lingtian who had killed Zhao Feng, but he also did not think the powerhouse who had killed Zhao Feng had anything to do with Duan Lingtian. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a country boy. If he was not a country boy, how could he have become the disciple of his sworn enemy, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, who had a lowly position? How could a country boy have such a powerhouse protecting him? Naturally, it was not that he did not think it was possible that Bai Li Hong had hired a powerhouse to protect Duan Lingtian. However, when he thought about it again, he felt that something was amiss. If Bai Li Hong had really hired a powerhouse who was strong enough to kill Zhao Feng to protect Duan Lingtian, why would he stay here for half a day to watch over him and prevent him from leaving the sect to chase after Duan Lingtian? Due to this reason, he ruled out this possibility. In this case, the only possibility he had was that a powerhouse who had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian had killed Zhao Feng. Keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone about it, Jiang Wei said indifferently as he looked at Liu Huan. Jiang Wei glanced at Liu Huan indifferently. As Liu Huan repeatedly responded, Jiang Wei's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Liu Huan secretly broke out in cold sweat. I hope Zhao Feng has already killed Duan Lingtian before he was killed. Otherwise, I'll have to put in more effort in the future. Liu Huan muttered to himself. However, Zhao Feng was really unlucky. He was killed the first time he came out after being in closed-door cultivation for so long. However, it's fortunate that I'm not the one who chased after Duan Lingtian this time. Otherwise, I might be the one who died. Chapter 1531. Due to Liu Huan's lack of cooperation, Zhao Feng's death became a mystery in the Moon Illumination sect. Of course, not many people knew that Zhao Feng was dead. Even Bai Li Hong did not receive any news about it. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian finally saw the little black dot that appeared in the sea ahead after a long journey. As he traveled at full speed, the little black dot continued to grow bigger and eventually transformed into an island. It was a vast island that was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was difficult to see the entire island. Half Moon Island. It had been 3 years since he left Half Moon Island. Now that he saw Half Moon Island again, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little strange. Homesick. That was how Duan Lingtian felt at the moment. However, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as soon as he thought about his 2 fiancés and the children in their wombs. Kerr, little Fei I'm back. Duan Lingtian muttered as he stood outside Half Moon Island. However, after entering the sky above Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere before he could pass through the clouds and mist and enter the island. What's going on? Duan Lingtian frowned. He could not pinpoint what was wrong at the moment. All he could feel was that the atmosphere on Half Moon Island was not normal. Soon, Duan Lingtian passed through the clouds and mist and saw Half Moon Island in its entirety. With just a glance, his face turned extremely pale. The scene in front of him seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer that slammed on his chest. It shook him so much that he could not calm down for a long time. What exactly did Duan Lingtian see that caused him to lose his composure like that? The current Half Moon Island had almost turned into a wasteland. The original Half Moon Island was covered in green and the air was fresh. It was like a paradise on Earth. However, the current Half Moon Island was full of potholes and dried bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Not only that, but the Ling Tian sect's encampment that originally stood in the middle of Half Moon Island had also turned into ruins. One could vaguely see some remains inside. Looking at the characteristics of the remains, it was obvious that they had been dead for a long time. How could this be? How could this be? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. It was as if his heart had been hollowed out. Unknowingly, a scarlet color had appeared in his eyes. Who? Who did it? Who did it? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had almost lost his mind. Not only were his 2 fiancés the ones he cared about the most, but there were also his friends and family, as well as the disciples of the Ling Tian sect. And now, this place had turned into ruins. The ruins were filled with wreckage. He didn't dare to think further. With his heart trembling, Duan Lingtian flew out and prepared to take a look at the ruins of the Ling Tian sect's encampment. He knew in his heart that at this moment, even if he was unwilling to face it, he had to face it. He had to confirm whether his two fiancées were still alive. He had to confirm whether his friends and family were still alive. Master. Just as Duan Lingtian approached the ruins of the Lingtian sect's encampment and his heart was beating extremely fast, a familiar voice rang in his ears. When the voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like rain in a drought. Gold Thug. He could tell that the voice belonged to Gold Thug. Gold Thug was the golden hellhound that he had subdued in the past. After a while, Gold Thug came from afar and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes turned red. Gold Thug. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's voice trembled slightly. He could not control his emotions at all. Master, come with me. After informing Duan Lingtian, Gold Thug brought Duan Lingtian to the east of Half Moon Island. In the end, they arrived at a mountain ridge in the east of Half Moon Island. They arrived at a quiet and remote valley. There were wooden houses erected in the valley. At this moment, two figures that Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with stood at the entrance of one of the wooden houses. Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. He was the one who suggested bringing them to Half Moon Island. If anything happened to them, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Especially Feng Wu Dao. If anything happened to Feng Wu Dao, how was he going to explain to Tian Wu when he saw her in the future? Uncle Feng, teacher. In a flash, Duan Lingtian disappeared from Gold Thug's side. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation and speed, Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng could not react at all. They only looked at Duan Lingtian when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. They were a little excited when they saw Duan Lingtian. Lingtian, you're finally back. Feng Wu Dao took a deep breath. Even though he had lived for most of his life, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian. Although Sima Changfeng did not say anything, one could tell from his expression that he was not calm. Young master. At the same time, a sturdy middle-aged man walked out of a wooden house. When he saw Duan Lingtian, he was inexplicably excited. Xiong Quan. When he saw the sturdy middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Another huge rock in his heart was lifted. Duan Lingtian is back. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and Chen Xiaoshui. They were all alive and well. At that moment, the huge rock in Duan Lingtian's heart was lifted one after another. At that moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the two wooden houses that were further away. At that moment, only the people in those two wooden houses had not come out. His heart was filled with anticipation and apprehension. Would it be Kerr and Little Fei? Also, where were Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold? Were they here too? Finally, one of the wooden houses opened, and a person walked out. Sect leader. It was a woman. When she walked out, she saw Duan Lingtian immediately. Her face and eyes were filled with excitement. Luo Ping. The woman who walked out was none other than the vice-sect leader of Lingtian sect, Luo Ping. Madam, the sect leader is back. When he saw Luo Ping walking towards the wooden house at the side, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with excitement. Only Kerr and Little Fei could be called Madam by Luo Ping. A moment later, the door of the wooden house opened, and a fragrant wind blew past. A graceful figure flew out and pounced on Duan Lingtian. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian opened his arms and hugged the beauty. Kerr, I'm late. Duan Lingtian hugged the beauty and muttered, Young master. The beauty in Duan Lingtian's arms was one of his two fiancées, Kerr. Unknowingly, Kerr's trembling body had calmed down. In the end, she actually fell asleep in Duan Lingtian's arms. At this moment, the purple sparrow's eyes widened when it saw Kerr's face in Duan Lingtian's arms. Sister, she looks exactly like you. Is she the person you're looking for? I've finally found her. Kai Mai, who was covered in black martial arts attire, muttered. Her tone was neither happy nor sad, and no emotions could be detected. Sect leader, Madam hasn't slept for a long time. Luo Ping sighed and explained when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at Kerr worriedly. What exactly happened? Duan Lingtian, who gently hugged Kerr in his arms so that she could rest better, lost the gentleness on his face. It was replaced by gloom and anger. 3 years ago, when he left, Half Moon Island was peaceful and peaceful. 3 years later, when he returned, Half Moon Island was already in ruins. 3 years had passed, and things had changed. Let me tell you. Just when everyone was looking at each other, Xiong Quan clenched his teeth and took a step forward. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian learned about the ins and outs of the matter as Xiong Quan spoke. Nearly a year ago, a golden-robed middle-aged man who called himself Di Ju came to Half Moon Island. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed all the powerhouses on Half Moon Island. 2 of the 3 island masters of Half Moon Island had died in that battle. Later on, Di Ju asked the crowd who killed Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island. Naturally, the crowd did not know about this. Didn't Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, leave by himself? Moreover, before he left, he handed Half Moon Island to the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Lingtian. Facing the confused crowd, Di Ju was enraged. He then started a massacre on Half Moon Island. At once, the entire Half Moon Island fell into doomsday. In his rage, Di Ju, who seemed to have lost his mind, transformed into a golden 5-clawed divine dragon and started a one-sided massacre on Half Moon Island. In just a blink of an eye, most of the people on Half Moon Island were dead. Meanwhile, the group of people was lucky enough to escape from Half Moon Island. Where's little Fei? Where's little black, little white, and little gold? Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot. His heart was filled with worry. In the chaos, Sister Fei and I were separated. At that time, little black, little white, and little gold were by her side. Unknowingly, Ku who had been awakened by Duan Lingtian, who had lost control of his emotions, said in disappointment. A worried expression could be seen on her beautiful face. When we separated, I saw them break out of the encirclement with my own eyes. Moreover, after we came back, we searched the surroundings but we didn't find any bodies that were suspected to be theirs. Therefore, it's highly likely that they're still alive. Feng Wu Dao said. It's highly likely that they're still alive. Upon hearing Feng Wu Dao's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that they're still alive. What about the others? Duan Lingtian asked again. As for the others, other than those who were not on Half Moon Island, almost all of them are dead. Luo Ping's eyes dimmed as she sighed in disappointment. Zhong San is dead, Li Sai is dead, and the 3 island masters of Half Moon Island are dead as well. All of them were dead. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat again. Di Ju. A golden 5-clawed divine dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 1532. How arrogant of you. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a thunderous voice resonated from afar. The voice was so loud that it caused Feng Wu Dao and the others' expressions to change. It was not because of the voice that appeared out of nowhere, but it was because the voice was not unfamiliar to them. The reason Half Moon Island became like this was all because of this person. I was wondering why they came back after they ran away. It turns out that they were waiting for you. In that case, you're the new master of Half Moon Island, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Lingtian. As the voice rang out once again, another figure appeared in the secluded and quiet valley. It was a middle-aged man in a golden robe who had a sturdy body like an iron tower. He stood in the air and looked down at Duan Lingtian with a judging gaze. His face was filled with coldness. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an irresistible spiritual energy sweeping towards him. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded his entire body, causing him to feel as though he was being watched. At this moment, he felt that he could no longer hide anything from the golden-robed middle-aged man. You're more powerful than them, but you're only at the perfection saint rudiment stage. How dare you boast shamelessly that you're going to settle the score with me and the dragons? The golden-robed middle-aged man, who was the 5-clawed golden dragon, Di Ju, looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile. His tone was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. You're Di Ju? Duan Lingtian's face turned grave as he stared at the golden-robed middle-aged man in front of him. He immediately guessed his identity. The fact that Diju could see through his cultivation base meant that he was at the saint stage or above. Moreover, he seemed to be an adult five-clawed divine dragon. That's right. I'm Diju. I'm the one who destroyed Half Moon Island. Didn't you say you're going to settle the score with me? I'm standing right in front of you now, and I'm curious how you're going to settle the score with me. Diju stared at Duan Lingtian as the mocking smile on his face grew even wider. Duan Lingtian's face turned even gloomier. Diju's words made him feel a little ashamed. When he said he would settle the score with Diju and the dragons, naturally, he was not talking about the current situation. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could fight against Diju and the dragons. All of a sudden, Diju, who had been staring at Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on his face as he shouted sternly, Duan Lingtian, why do you have my son's aura on you? Your son. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Stop playing dumb. My son is Di-Yong, the former island master of Half Moon Island. Diju snorted coldly. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian understood many things. As it turned out, Diju was Di-Yong's father. As for why Diju would come looking for him and knew that Di-Yong was killed, he could roughly guess it. It must be because Diju had Di-Yong's soul pearl in his hands. Diju would naturally find out about Di-Yong's death. So, you're Di-Yong's father. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression returned to its usual calmness as he continued to say nonchalantly, Di-Yong said that he wanted to go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land and temporarily handed Half Moon Island to me. Apart from that, as a reward for managing Half Moon Island, he also gave me a drop of his blood essence. Perhaps, this is the reason why you said I have his aura on me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he was still expressionless. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. My son's blood essence. No wonder, no wonder. Diju nodded. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. I've heard many people talking about this before. If it wasn't for the fact that I know it's impossible for my son to leave Half Moon Island, let alone go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land, I'm afraid I would have been deceived by all of you. When Diju reached the end of his sentence, he sneered. Impossible? In this world, nothing is impossible. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Perhaps, you don't know this. Back then, I made Diju swear on the lightning penalty oath that before his cultivation base broke through to the saint stage, he's not allowed to leave Half Moon Island, let alone go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Diju had an expression that said you can stop pretending. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. That Di-Yong actually swore on such an oath. As for the reason why Di-Yong, who was possessed by a soul and whose body had been taken over, left Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian could guess a little of it. It was because Di-Yong's soul had changed. The lightning penalty oath recognized the soul of the person who swore on it, not the body. Although I don't know how you obtained my son's blood essence, I'm certain that you're related to my son's death. The gaze that Diju used to look at Duan Lingtian turned colder and colder, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Tell me, how did my son die? As long as you tell the truth and swear on the lightning penalty oath that you're telling the truth, I'll let the rest of you go except for you. As Diju spoke, he glanced at Kerr, who was next to Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Sima, and the rest. At once, Feng Wu Dao and the rest were on guard as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Duan Lingtian, ignore him. Let's not talk about whether he's telling the truth or not. Even if he's really willing to let us go, I don't know about the others, but I can forget about living comfortably for the rest of my life. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoshui shouted loudly and stood next to Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. With a lift of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Diju. Lingtian boy, although there's nobody who's not afraid of death, I, Feng Wu Dao, am willing to walk with you to the end today. Feng Wu Dao took a step forward and stood next to Duan Lingtian as he said frankly. Although Sima Changfeng did not say anything, his action undoubtedly showed that he was as determined as Feng Wu Dao. Subsequently, whether it was Xiong Quan, the Gold Thug, or the Nangong brothers, they also stood next to Duan Lingtian. They chose to advance and retreat together with Duan Lingtian. They could not bear to watch Duan Lingtian die while they continued to live. At this moment, Luo Ping was the only one left who was hesitating. Although she did not want to betray Duan Lingtian, she felt fear from the bottom of her heart when faced with Diju, who was so powerful that he was invincible. If it was possible, she hoped that she could survive. How touching. However, it seems like there's someone who's more willing to let you die while she lives alone. As Diju spoke, his gaze landed on Luo Ping, causing her to feel as though she was facing a great enemy. Duan Lingtian felt warmth from the bottom of his heart when he saw Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, Chen Xiaoshuai, and the rest's attitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Luo Ping's indecisiveness, he did not blame her. After all, the matter today was a matter of life and death to him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Ker's slender and jade-like hand had already grabbed his hand without him noticing. She held it very tightly. It was obvious that she wanted to advance and retreat together with him and live and die together. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Duan Lingtian's gaze was as gentle as water. However, after this gentleness, it was as though he had made up his mind. Boom! Accompanied by a sudden loud bang, Diju did not seem to have made any move, but Luo Ping's entire body exploded and turned into nothingness. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. It was as though she had completely evaporated. The technique that Diju displayed caused Duan Lingtian's mood to turn even gloomier. Powerful. Too powerful. Diju's strength made him feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. It was so much so that it was difficult for him to even have the thought of resisting. He had no doubt that as long as Diju was willing, he could easily kill everyone, including him, with just a wave of his hand. I've helped you get rid of the person who was disloyal to you. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Diju looked straight at Duan Lingtian as he asked nonchalantly. Although his tone was calm, it contained a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. Is what you said true? However, Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of thanking Diju. Instead, he changed the topic and asked nonchalantly. Of course, it's true. When Diju realized what Duan Lingtian was asking, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He continued to say nonchalantly, to me, they're just ants. Whether they're alive or dead, it doesn't affect me at all. Who knows if you'll go back on your words or not? Duan Lingtian smirked. If I wanted to take their lives, I would have done it when they came back from Half Moon Island. Diju sneered. What he said was the truth. If he wanted to take Kerr and the rest's lives, they would not have survived until now. Do you dare to say that you don't have any other motive for keeping them alive? Duan Lingtian did not buy Diju's words as he asked nonchalantly. Then, what do you want? Diju frowned and asked in an unfriendly tone. Unless you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't do anything to them as long as I cooperate with you. Duan Lingtian said. Brat, you're the first person who dares to ask my Diju to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Diju said coldly. It's up to you whether you want to know the cause of your son's death or not. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Looks like I'm right. You really do know about it. Diju's eyes turned even colder. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to know the cause of his son's death, he would have killed Duan Lingtian right away. At this moment, Kerr and the rest also realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian wanted to sacrifice himself to save their lives. Young master, Kerr will live and die with you. If you die, Kerr will definitely not live alone. Kerr tightened her grip on Duan Lingtian's hand. Her tone was filled with determination. Lingtian brat, there's no one who's afraid of death by your side now. He's powerful, but don't even think about making us compromise. Feng Wu Dao added. Sima Changfeng and the rest chimed in as well. Everyone, I've made up my mind. Let's leave it at that. Of course, the prerequisite is that this person has to swear on the lightning penalty oath. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Diju. Humph. Diju, whose expression was extremely gloomy, finally chose to compromise. He swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of Duan Lingtian and the rest. Brat, can you tell us now? Chapter 1533. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of bothering with Di Ju for the time being. He immediately looked at Kerr, whose face was stained with tears, and said with a smile, Kerr, I understand your intentions. However, don't forget that you're no longer alone. Our child is in your stomach. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Kerr's bulging stomach. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Unfortunately, I, Duan Lingtian, am afraid that I won't have the chance to see my child. Also, little Fei and the child in her stomach. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He was filled with regret. However, he also knew that since things had already developed to this stage, even if he had extraordinary techniques, there was nothing he could do. Di Ju was just too powerful. Even if his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, was here, he was far from being a match for Di Ju. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr fell silent for a moment. Young master, Kerr understands. When Kerr saw the tenderness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she had already made up her mind in her heart. As soon as the child was born, she would immediately commit suicide and chase after her young master in the netherworld. Now that her young master was no longer around, there was no longer any meaning for her to live in this world. When Duan Lingtian saw how sensible Kerr was, he heaved a sigh of relief. All of you can leave now. Take good care of Kerr for me. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao and the others as he said. Feng Wu Dao and the others didn't have the time to react when a burst of coldness suddenly came from high up in the sky, a bone-chilling coldness. You're actually pregnant with his child? An extremely cold voice descended from the sky. It was as though it could freeze the air. Who's there? Horror dawned on Di Ju's face. From the beginning until the end, he did not notice the presence of the person at all. He knew very well what this meant. The person's strength was not inferior to his. Whoosh! A bone-chilling cold wind blew past. Then, a figure covered in a black suit appeared in front of everyone. His devilish figure was full of seduction. However, although there were many men present, not many of them paid attention to this. Everyone was stunned by the aura of this masked woman in black. It's you. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Kai Mai, you're following me? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked to see Kai Mai here. However, when he came back to his senses, he guessed a few things. Furthermore, Kai Mai's words were clearly directed at Kerr. Her tone was full of reproach. Di Ju's expression changed again when he saw that Duan Lingtian actually knew this lady who appeared out of thin air. However, when he noticed the strong hostility between Duan Lingtian and the woman, he realized that the woman was most likely not here to help Duan Lingtian. The moment he thought of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of this woman, he was not willing to provoke her if it was not necessary. This was because she gave him a dangerous feeling. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's questioning, Kai Mai ignored him. Instead, she looked at Kerr, who was looking at her in a daze. At the same time, she reached out her hand and took off the mask on her face, revealing a peerless beauty that could topple a nation. When Kai Mai's face was revealed before everyone's eyes, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone, including Ku was stunned. They were all shocked. This was because Kai Mai's face was almost exactly the same as Kerr's. Other than the difference in their auras, there was no difference in other characteristics. You. Who are you? When Kerr saw Kai Mai's face, she felt as though she was looking into a mirror. Looking at this lady who looked exactly the same as her voice began to tremble slightly. She did not know why, but when the woman in front of her had just appeared, and before she even revealed her face, she felt a sense of familiarity in her heart. That feeling was very strong, and even she did not know why she felt that way. Now that the woman had taken off her mask and revealed a face that was exactly the same as hers, Kerr realized that the woman in front of her might have some kind of connection with her that she did not know about in the past. I'm your elder sister. When facing Kerr, Kai Mai's frosty face could not help but show some gentleness. When she spoke to Kerr, her voice was much gentler. She really wanted to scold this long-lost sister of hers, but she did not know why, but when she faced her face to face, there was no other emotion in her heart other than tenderness. It was as though she had forgotten all her anger. Elder sister? When she heard Kai Mai's words, not only was Kerr stunned, but even Duan Lingtian was stunned. Since when did Kerr have an elder sister? Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr with a puzzled expression. He had never heard Kerr mention that she had an elder sister. When he saw the confusion on Kerr's face, he realized that even Kerr did not know she had an elder sister. Duan Lingtian did not doubt Kai Mai's words when she said she was Kerr's elder sister. After all, the two of them looked too similar. This was a characteristic that only twin sisters would have. Of course, nothing was absolute. There could be two people in the world who were not related by blood but looked exactly the same. However, now that Kai Mai had said she was Kerr's elder sister, the matter was obviously not so simple. At this moment, Feng Wudao and the others could not help but look at Nangong and Kai Mai. They looked at Nangong and Kai Mai, then looked at Kerr and Kai Mai. They felt that it was very likely that the two of them were really twin sisters. Impossible. I don't have an elder sister. I only have a mother, but she's already dead. She died a long time ago. Kerr shook her head and was unwilling to believe Kai Mai. Even though she felt that Kai Mai was very amiable, she was unable to accept the fact that she had an elder sister that was still alive in this world. Although I don't know who the mother you're talking about is, I want to tell you that your and my biological mother is still alive and well. All these years, she has been thinking about you all the time. Kai Mai said to Kerr. Birth mother? Still alive and well? Kerr was stunned, completely stunned. She tried her best to not believe Kai Mai's words, but her heart could not help but believe Kai Mai. It was not only because Kai Mai looked exactly the same as her, it was more because she felt the blood connection between her and Kai Mai. Kai Mai caused her to feel a sense of closeness. All those years ago, you were taken away and disappeared without a trace. It wasn't just Master, even Mother sent people to look for you. However, because of your special identity, even though they had been looking for you, they did not dare to make a big fuss about it. Kai Mai continued, all these years, they have never stopped looking for you. A few years ago, I also began to look for you based on the weak connection between you and me as twin sisters. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard, and I finally found you before they did. When Kai Mai said the word they in the last sentence, there was a hint of fear in her voice. Fortunately, I was the one who found you first. Otherwise. At this point, Kai Mai glanced at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as if she was about to devour him. This man had made her sister pregnant with his child. Didn't he know how dangerous this was for his sister? When he realized that Kai Mai might really be Kerr's sister, Duan Lingtian was happy for Kerr. At the same time, he was curious about Kerr's true identity. However, when he sensed the killing intent in Kai Mai's eyes, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. No matter what, he was still Kai Mai's brother-in-law. Why did Kai Mai look like she wanted to kill him? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Sister, come with me. I'll do my best to protect you. I won't let you come to any harm. Unlike the killing intent she had when she looked at Duan Lingtian, Kai Mai's tone was incomparably gentle when she looked at Kerr. It was as if she was a completely different person from before. Big sister. For some reason, Kai Mai's every move made Kerr feel incomparably close. At this point, even she did not know why she called out big sister so casually and naturally. It was as if she was not restrained at all. When she heard Kerr call her big sister, the last trace of coldness between Kai Mai's brows faded away. Big sister, I can go with you, but you have to bring young Master and the others. After taking a deep breath, Kerr mustered up her courage and said to Kai Mai, Sister, I'm already giving face to you and the child in your womb by not killing him. It's absolutely impossible for me to save him. Kai Mai's tone was resolute and there was no room for discussion. When she heard Kai Mai's words, Kerr's expression changed completely. Big sister, if you don't bring young Master and the others with you, then I won't go either. Sigh. When she heard Kerr's words, Kai Mai sighed. She did not seem to have done anything, but Kerr fainted in the blink of an eye. Kai Mai caught her in time. Kerr. When Duan Lingtian saw this scene, his expression changed subconsciously. When he discovered that Kerr had only fainted, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Big sister, let me do this rough work. At this moment, the purple sparrow on Kai Mai's shoulder spoke. As soon as its voice left its mouth, it transformed into a purple-clad young lady and helped Kai Mai hold Kerr. Her actions were very attentive. It's her. When Duan Lingtian saw this purple-clad young lady, his eyes could not help but narrow. He was no stranger to this purple-clad young lady. She was the little grand aunt who had suddenly appeared after the Moon Illumination sect's hunting assessment had ended. She had beaten up Zhong Hua, the vice-sect leader, and followed them back to the Moon Illumination sect. As expected, she's related to Kai Mai. At this moment, many of Duan Lingtian's difficult questions were finally answered. The purple-clad young lady's appearance was indeed not a coincidence. Zia, let's go. After glancing at Duan Lingtian indifferently, Kai Mai called out to the purple-clad young lady and prepared to leave. Whoosh. Chapter 1534. Do you think you can stop me? Facing Duan Lingtian, who was blocking her way, Kai Mai's face was filled with disdain. Hey. It's better for you to get out of my way. With my strength, even 10 of me won't be a match for her. Perhaps, Zia had a good impression of Duan Lingtian because of the purple clothes he wore. She supported the unconscious Ku-er and advised Duan Lingtian not to do anything. Di-ju, if you want to know how your son died, help me get my wife back. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew he could not stop Kai Mai. Let alone Kai Mai, even Zia who was by her side was not someone he could stop. Due to this reason, he immediately looked at Di-ju and said, Boy, there's no such condition in our agreement, Di-ju said with a gloomy expression. Then, I'll add this condition now. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Taking a deep breath, Di-ju suppressed the anger in his heart. Then, he looked at Kai Mai and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? Don't you think it's a little unreasonable for you to interfere and ruin my good deed? Although he was wary of Kai Mai, it did not mean he was afraid of her. Although he was suspected of being forced by Duan Lingtian to do something beyond his ability, he was very displeased with Kai Mai's sudden interference. I know you're a 5-clawed golden dragon. However, let alone you, even if your clan leader is here, he won't be able to stop me. Kai Mai glanced at Di-ju nonchalantly as though she did not take him seriously at all. Everyone knows how to boast. I'd like to see how capable you are. Di-ju was not frightened by Kai Mai's words. He sneered as the golden robe on his body fluttered, and he was ready to attack Kai Mai. However, just as he was about to make a move, he didn't even have time to react before he felt an unparalleled pressure coming towards him. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body and destroyed the genuine chi that he had just mobilized. Bang! With a loud bang, Di-ju was sent flying and crashed hard on the mountain wall at the side of the valley, leaving a human-shaped pit on it. Whoa! Under the horrified gazes of Duan Lingtian and the rest, Di-ju no longer looked as valiant as before when he came out of the human-shaped deep pit. The golden robe on his body was torn in many places, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. Feng Wu Dao and the others who had seen Di-ju fight before were dumbstruck. Was this golden-robed middle-aged man really the one who turned Half Moon Island into ruins? That person who could transform into a golden 5-clawed divine dragon? He didn't see the woman who looked exactly like Kerr do anything, but the golden-robed middle-aged man was sent flying. Moreover, he seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Shua! 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 When Feng Wu Dao and the others looked at Kai Mai again, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Actually, it wasn't just Feng Wu Dao and the others. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw the scene before him. Di-ju was actually injured to such an extent by Kai Mai's casual attack. Just how strong was Kai Mai? At once, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. I know you dragons are very protective of your own. After you return to the dragons, you can tell your clan leader that the person who injured you is from Zoroastrianism. If he wants to take revenge, he can come to Zoroastrianism. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has the guts to do so. When Di-ju looked at Kai Mai with fear in his eyes, Kai Mai glanced at Di-ju nonchalantly and said, Zoroastrianism? Upon hearing Kai Mai's words, Di-ju was confused. It was apparent he had never heard of Zoroastrianism. As for you, originally, I wanted to kill you to settle this once and for all. However, considering my sister and the child in her stomach, I'll spare your life. However, you must know that you and her are from two different worlds. Kai Mai's gaze then landed on Duan Lingtian as she said nonchalantly, on top of that, I'd like to remind you that it's best for you to completely forget about your past with her. Otherwise, what awaits you will be endless disaster. Of course, that's on the premise that you're still alive after today. When Kai Mai reached this point, she glanced at Daiju again. I'll take my sister away. I won't interfere in the matter between you and him. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Daiju's reply, she disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that Kai Mai disappeared forever from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. In the end, she was gradually forgotten. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the purple-clad girl brought along the unconscious Kerr and disappeared without a trace as well. Naturally, Daiju could still catch a glimpse of the purple-clad girl's figure when she left. Only then did he realize that even the little girl by the black-clad girl's side had a strength that was not inferior to his. Zoroastrianism? What kind of force is that? Daiju's heart was filled with curiosity about this. He had already planned to return to the dragons and ask the clan leader about it after he had settled his son's matter. Kerr, Duan Lingtian, who regained his senses, felt a sharp pain in his heart. His fists were clenched tightly without him noticing. His fingernails pierced into his palms, causing blood to flow out continuously. However, he did not seem to feel anything at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was so useless that he could not even protect his own woman. Not only could he not protect his own woman, but he could not even protect himself. Perhaps, it's not a bad thing for Kerr to leave with her after all. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he was going to die in Daiju's hands today, he who was completely disheartened seemed to have thought it through again. Based on Kai Mai's attitude toward Kerr, she would not treat Kerr badly. No matter what, Kerr was her twin sister. Boy, it's time to settle our matter now. Daiju looked at Duan Lingtian as his tone turned colder. It was as though he wanted to vent all the anger he had suffered from Kai Mai on Duan Lingtian. You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, all of them will die. Daiju's cold gaze swept across Feng Wudao and the rest one by one. However, Feng Wudao and the rest were not afraid at all. At this moment, they were looking at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression on their faces. Although they were not Duan Lingtian, they could guess that Duan Lingtian was not in a good mood at this moment. If they were in his shoes, perhaps they would have broken down long ago. Hulao, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you leave this planet. I sincerely hope that you'll be able to meet someone from Earth like me in the future. As long as he's recognized by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he'll be able to help you leave this planet. Duan Lingtian secretly gasped as he communicated with Hualaro, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What happened? Hualaro rarely observed the situation outside when he had nothing to do. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he instantly realized that something was wrong. Duan Lingtian told him about his situation. He's too powerful. Even if I use all my techniques, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. Hualao, thank you for your help all this while. I'm sorry that I've disappointed you. This matter is indeed a little difficult to handle. However, it's not like there's no other way. However, this method requires him to cooperate. However, will he cooperate with you? Hualaro pondered for a moment before he told Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, he told him about the method that he had thought of. Why didn't I think of this method? This method is feasible. Upon hearing Hualaro's words, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. Naturally, he would not miss out on the opportunity to survive. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Daiju's tone was slightly impatient. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to know the truth behind his son's death, he would have attacked a long time ago. Follow me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said to Daiju. The moment his words left his mouth, he flew out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Feng Wudao and the rest. All of you, don't follow me. Just wait for me here. I'll be back as soon as possible. If I don't return within 3 days, all of you don't have to wait anymore. You can go wherever you want, Duan Lingtian added in the end as a precaution. Although he felt that the method was very confident, he did not dare to say that it was foolproof. What if Di Ju did not fall for it? When Feng Wu Dao and the rest heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, a worried expression appeared on their faces. However, they did not go against Duan Lingtian's wishes and waited in the valley. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he has a way to escape. Chen Xiaoshui was puzzled. I think so. However, based on the last sentence that he added, I don't think he's completely confident. Nangong Yi nodded. A worried expression could be seen on his face. Young master will definitely return safely, Xiong Quan said with red eyes. On the other side, Di Ju followed Duan Lingtian and flew to the eastern sea. After a while, he said impatiently, "Boy, where are you bringing me? Are you trying to play some tricks?" "What tricks can I play? Don't you want to know how your son, Di Yong, died? I'll bring you there now. I told your son about that place back then. It's also because of this that he used his blood essence as a reward to make a deal with me," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Di Ju began to believe him a little. "What's that place?" "It's a very mysterious place. However, when I went in with him that time, I didn't dare to go any further and retreated in time. Now that I think about it, the reason why he said he wanted to leave Half Moon Island and go to the Dao Martial Saint Land was most probably just an excuse," Duan Lingtian said. "I guess he must have gone to that place without telling me and wanted to take all the treasures there for himself. I suspect that he might have died there." Duan Lingtian's words were so flawless that Di Ju did not suspect anything at all. Soon after, under Duan Lingtian's lead, Di Ju arrived at the depths of the sea. They went deep into the sea until they reached the bottom of the sea. "It doesn't seem to be here." Duan Lingtian walked forward for a while before he turned around and walked back the way he came from. Chapter 1535. I've only been here twice, and it's been 3 years since the last time I was here. It's normal for my memory to be a little fuzzy. Duan Lingtian casually answered Di Ju. After answering Di Ju, Duan Lingtian, who was walking forward for a while, suddenly exclaimed without any reason, "That's right. It's here." Judging from his tone, it was as though he had discovered a new continent. Di Ju's attention was also successfully attracted by him. Di Ju saw Duan Lingtian walking to a group of seaweeds. Without any reason, he lifted his leg and stomped on the bottom of the sea. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a shockwave that could be clearly seen in the water swept out from the center of Duan Lingtian's foot, causing the seawater to flow in all directions. It only calmed down after a while. However, Di Ju's attention was not on this commotion right now. His eyes were fixed on the distance where a gigantic pagoda appeared out of thin air. The moment it appeared, it shook the surrounding seawater. The seawater slapped on the true origin light shield on the surface of Di Ju's body and continued to flow away. However, Di Ju did not pay any attention to this at all. His eyes were completely attracted by the gigantic pagoda that appeared out of thin air in the distance. The gigantic pagoda was divided into 7 levels. It stood there like a gigantic beast. Most importantly, Di Ju could clearly sense the aura that filled the gigantic pagoda. This aura gave him an unfathomable feeling. It even caused him to tremble from the bottom of his heart for no reason. "It's this pagoda." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated. "Back then, Di Yong and I didn't dare to go deeper after we entered. However, even then, we still found many saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions at the outer perimeter. The place we've been to seems to be the outer perimeter of this pagoda. We didn't go deeper. At that time, Di Yong told me that there might be more treasures inside." Duan Lingtian told Di Ju. "Do you know the origin of this pagoda?" Di Ju asked. "I know." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Not long after Di Yong and I entered, we discovered some ruins. All the signs pointed to the person who left this tower behind as Feng Qingyang. By the way, the signature he left behind seems to be something like Sword Sage." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added, "Feng Qingyang? Sword Saint? Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diju's eyes narrowed right away as a horrified expression appeared on his face. Why you? Are you sure that person left behind this signature? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he asked with a puzzled expression, could it be that you know him? In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, Diju did not reply. His emotions were surging as his eyes gleamed brilliantly as he stared fixedly at the gigantic 7-story pagoda in the distance. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It's actually a ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Rumor has it that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was once the strongest person in the Dao martial Saint land. During his era, nobody from the 3 sects and 9 sects in the Dao martial Saint land could withstand a single strike from him. At this moment, Diju's heart was beating extremely fast. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He did not find it strange that Duan Lingtian did not know about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. This was because even he had read about the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in some of the ancient books in the Dragon Clan. He knew that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was an extremely talented sword cultivator who stunned the entire Dao martial Saint land for an era. Rumor had it that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left behind some ruins in the Dao martial Saint land for those who were fated to find them. Could this be the ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the rumors? Diju stared at the gigantic 7-story pagoda with gleaming eyes like a hunter who had spotted his prey. Looks like his herd of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang as well. When Duan Lingtian saw Diju's expression, he sighed in relief inwardly. As it turned out, he had made the right bet. Since Diju knew about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's existence, it was likely that he would not be able to see through the trap he had set up. This trap was set up by Duan Lingtian at the last minute after being reminded by Huolaro. Speaking of which, this trap was very simple. It was to lure Diju into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and let Huolaro deal with him. Huolaro's cultivation base had recovered a lot. Although it was still far from his prime, based on Huolaro's tone, it was obvious that his current strength was not inferior to Diju. This scheme sounded simple, but when it was actually implemented, it was filled with difficulties. The most important thing was to make Diju believe his words so that he would not resist the suction force of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and allow it to suck him in. As long as he was unwilling or vigilant, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would not be able to suck him in. If he did not enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, this trap would fall apart on its own. Duan Lingtian's situation would be extremely dangerous again, or even more so, he would not be able to survive. When he was on the way here, Duan Lingtian had been thinking about how to make Diju believe his words so that he would allow the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to suck him in. For this reason, he even blurted out that Diyong's death was related to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Not only that, he even said that there was a great treasure hidden in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. All of this was to lure the enemy in. In order to make his words more convincing, he thought about it and brought up Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He wanted to take a gamble and see if Diju had heard of him before. Now, it seemed like he had made the right bet. Diju knew about the existence of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang as well. You said that you found many saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions in the outer perimeter when you entered the pagoda. Diju asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. Diju was very careful when he spoke. Although Duan Lingtian secretly cursed Diju for being so careful, he did not hesitate. With a raise of his hand, he took out the saint weapon that belonged to the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Zhao Feng, and passed it to Diju. This is the saint weapon that I obtained from inside. There's 1 3-star saint inscription and 2 2-star saint inscriptions on the saint weapon. Diju took the saint weapon that Duan Lingtian passed to him. After observing it for a moment, he nodded. There's indeed a 3-star saint inscription. However, did you really obtain this from the pagoda? Even though Duan Lingtian had proven it, Diju was still very careful. The dragons were a tribe that was suspicious by nature. As a 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju was also a member of the royal bloodline of the dragons. His suspicious nature was even more so than the other members of the dragons. Very few people could deceive him. I'm from the mortal continent. Do you think it's possible for me to obtain this saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions from somewhere else? Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. Naturally, this was just a facade on the surface. His heart had already become slightly heavy. He really did not expect Diju to be so careful. Even though he had mentioned sword Saint Feng Qingyang, Diju still did not believe him completely. From the beginning until the end, he had been very calm and careful. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that he had to be even calmer at this moment. He could not be anxious at all. As soon as he exposed a flaw, he would lose everything. When Diju asked that question, his eyes were locked onto Duan Lingtian. He was observing the slight changes on Duan Lingtian's face. When he saw Duan Lingtian's self-deprecation did not seem to be fake, he secretly nodded his head. He had been on Half Moon Island for a long time, so he had already investigated Duan Lingtian's origin thoroughly. My cultivation base is all thanks to a kind of herb in this tower. At that time, Di Yong and I both consumed that herb. Later on, my cultivation base improved tremendously, and so did Di Yong's. 3 years ago, after he consumed the herb, his cultivation base was already at the perfection saint rudiment stage. If he's still alive, he'd definitely be at the saint stage now. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally again. No wonder your cultivation base improved so quickly. After taking a deep look at Duan Lingtian, Diju could not help but have a hint of greed in his eyes. That miraculous herb tempted him. Perhaps, it would be helpful to him as well. He had investigated Duan Lingtian's background thoroughly. He also knew that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had not even broken through to the mortal shedding stage before he left Half Moon Island. 3 years ago, a mortal continent's martial cultivator who had not broken through to the mortal shedding stage had broken through to the perfection saint rudiment stage 3 years later. When Di Yong first saw Duan Lingtian, he was also in disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had no choice but to believe it. At that time, he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian might have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. Now, it seemed like the 7-story giant tower was his fortuitous encounter. Right now, the suspicion in Diju's heart had lessened a lot. Of course, this was also because until now, Duan Lingtian had not revealed any flaws at all. Every sentence that Duan Lingtian said was just like pushing the boat along with the current. It was as if he was answering the questions in Diju's heart. Of course, Diju did not voice these questions out loud. Everything was just Duan Lingtian's speculation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Diju were engaged in a battle without smoke. It was also a battle of wits. Unfortunately, although there are many kinds of herbs, Di Yong and I realized that only the first one would be effective. For this reason, we've even wasted more than 10 herbs. When I left with him, there were less than 10 stalks of herbs left. When Duan Lingtian saw the greed that flashed across Diju's eyes, he continued to push the boat along with the current. As expected, Diju's eyes lit up when he heard his words. He cursed in his heart, wastrel. When Diju first came to Half Moon Island, he had almost lost his mind and killed everyone on Half Moon Island just to vent his anger so that a group of people would be buried with his son. However, he had calmed down in the end. When he realized that Feng Wu Dao and the rest had returned to Half Moon Island, he did not make a move on them. For almost a year, he had been patiently hiding and waiting at the side. At that time, he had also regained his rationality and was determined to find out the truth behind his son's death. Chapter 1536. Currently, Diju already believed 70% to 80% of Duan Lingtian's words. When he learned that his son had most likely died because of his greed by entering the pagoda, there was only sorrow in his heart. There was no hatred at all. After all, he could not possibly hate a pagoda, right? Yong-er, don't tell me you're really so unlucky. If you didn't die and obtained sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, you'd definitely be able to return to the dragons in the shortest time possible with your strength that could crush all of the dragons. What a pity. What a pity. God is jealous of geniuses. God is jealous of geniuses. Di cried out silently in his heart. He felt sad for his dead son and felt that his son's death was too unjust. However, after confirming the cause of his son's death, he temporarily suppressed his sadness and stared at the 7-level pagoda in front of him with a burning gaze. A relic left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Apart from all kinds of treasures, such a miraculous relic must have his inheritance as well. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's strongest skill was his sword technique. If I, Di, can obtain his sword technique inheritance, it'll be easy for me to roam freely in the Dao Martial Saint land in the future. When Di thought about the possibility of obtaining Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, he was inexplicably excited. At this moment, he had already tossed his son's death to the back of his mind. Perhaps, when he realized that his son was not killed, his anger had already disappeared and was only left with a faint sadness. In the Dao Martial Saint land, the strong were revered and the fittest survived. When he found out that his son was not killed, he had already gotten over it. Moreover, there were more important things that he needed to be concerned about. How do we enter this pagoda? Di asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. To enter this pagoda, we'll first have to set up a formation around it to separate the seawater. Then, we'll enter the area without seawater. When we get close to it, we'll be able to feel its suction force. At that time, it'll be fine as long as we don't resist it. If we resist it, we won't be able to enter. Duan Lingtian explained to Di. Separate the seawater? Why is that so? Di frowned, feeling puzzled. He could not help but feel puzzled because this was just too strange. Could it be that the seawater could enter the tower? If we don't separate the seawater, we can still enter, but we'll be sent out immediately. According to Mai and Di Yong's experiments, we can't let anything from the outside affect this tower, or the space inside will become unstable. Duan Lingtian added. You go in. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Di fell silent for a moment before replying nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian was taken aback, unable to react for a moment. I'm letting you in. Di said impatiently. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he took a deep look at Di. While he sighed inwardly at how careful Di was, he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. As soon as he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. He was directly sent out in a sorry state. Now, the seawater was constantly pressing against the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and the space inside was also very unstable. Duan Lingtian was not lying about this. Even if he really wanted to lure Di in, he must first create an environment without any disturbance outside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Only then would Di not be sent out immediately by the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huilaro also needed time to make his move. Therefore, what he said earlier was to give Di a heads up in advance so that Di would not be suspicious of his actions. When Di saw the sorry state Duan Lingtian was in, he believed him a little more. Let me try. At the same time, Di walked to the front of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, wanting to test it himself. Duan Lingtian controlled the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to suck Di in with just a thought. However, Di remained unmoved and did not enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew it was because Di refused to enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The current 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda did not have the ability to pull people in by force. As expected. This was also Di's experiment to prove that Duan Lingtian was not lying earlier. Again. The moment Di thought of this, he began to relax his body and allowed the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to pull him in. At that instant when Di's eyes flashed, he did not even have the time to react before he felt a pushing force landing on his body and pushing him out of the gigantic pagoda. This pushing force was vast and endless. It made him deeply feel how small he was. The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body. When Di's eyes flashed again, he realized he had already returned to the outside of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I didn't lie to you, did I? Duan Lingtian glanced at Di nonchalantly and shrugged. Di snorted coldly and continued to ask, How did you and Di Yong separate the seawater in the past? I used the inscription formation that belongs to the mortal continent to separate the seawater. However, that's because Di Yong provided me with a huge amount of resources. That's why I was able to hold on for so long. If I set it up with the materials I have now, I won't be able to hold on for long. Duan Lingtian's words were flawless. Try setting it up with the materials you have on you first. I'll take a look at the situation inside first. At most, I'll come out first and set it up again after I've found enough resources, Diju said. That's right. I heard that the Dao Martial Saint Land has Dao Talisman formations and Saint Inscription formations that are similar to the inscription formations in our mortal continent. Not only that, but the effect is even better. Duan Lingtian looked at Diju with a burning gaze. I'm not a Dao Talisman master nor am I a Saint Inscription master. Diju's words greatly disappointed Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart could not help but clench. Initially, I planned to let Diju dig his own grave if he's a Dao Talisman master or a Saint Inscription master. However, it seems like I'll have to do it myself. Moreover, I can't use the Saint Inscription to set up the formation so that he won't be suspicious. Currently, Duan Lingtian, who could already inscribe 2-star Saint Inscriptions, could, naturally, set up some shallow Saint Inscription formations as well. However, he could only set up the inscription formation so that Diju would not be suspicious. At this time, he had to be careful with every step he took. He could not take any risks. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. With the materials I have, the inscription formation that I set up would only last for 10 breaths of time at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian told Diju, why don't we look for the materials that we need to set up the inscription formation first? The inscription formation that I set up with the materials I have would only last for 2 to 3 breaths of time at most. In order to get Diju to agree to look for the materials first, Duan Lingtian had reduced the time by a lot. However, Diju's words made his mood turn slightly gloomy. 2 to 3 breaths of time is enough. I just want to see the situation inside. I don't plan to go in now. These were Diju's original words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like slapping himself. If he had known earlier, he would have said that he did not have the materials to set up the inscription formation. Now, he could only give Huolaro 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time. I wonder if Huolaro can kill him or not. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he asked Huolaro. I've only roughly probed his strength. He's not much weaker than me now. I can only say that I can't guarantee that I'll be able to kill him in 10 breaths of time. However, I'll try my best to kill him and solve your current crisis for you. Huolaro replied. How confident are you in killing him? Duan Lingtian asked. 50%. Huolaro replied again. 50%. Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed abruptly. In the end, he clenched his teeth. I'll go all out. Wealth came from danger. Moreover, at this point, he no longer had any other choice. This was the only thing he could do. When I'm setting up the inscription formation, I'll need your help to push the seawater around the pagoda away. After we go in, the seawater will be supported by the inscription formation. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Diju. Diju nodded nonchalantly. Then, without any movement, the seawater that was pressuring the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was pushed far away. At this moment, the area around the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda no longer had a single drop of seawater. To Diju, pushing the seawater that had a strong water pressure at the bottom of the sea away seemed to be an insignificant task. The truth was indeed so. Let alone a saint stage powerhouse like Diju, even Duan Lingtian could push the seawater around him away with his cultivation base at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage using his true energy. It would not be a problem for him to maintain it for 10 days to half a month. If I'd known earlier, I would have prepared more materials to set up this kind of inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian began to set up the inscription formation, he felt a little regretful in his heart. However, the past him would never have thought that he would face such a situation one day in the future. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down. He calmed himself down and focused all his attention on setting up the inscription formation. He had to be in his best condition. Only then would he be able to perform better than usual. Perhaps, he would be able to buy more time for Huolaro. The time of 10 breaths was still too short. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had forgotten about the environment he was in. He had forgotten about everything else as he focused all his attention on setting up the inscription formation that he had not set up for a long time. Although he had not set up an inscription formation for a long time, due to the fact that saint inscriptions and inscriptions were similar, Duan Lingtian did not encounter any resistance when he set up the inscription formation. Everything went smoothly for him. Indeed, he was able to perform better than usual. This inscription formation should be able to last for the time of 10 breaths. It's one more breath than I expected. After setting up the inscription formation, Duan Lingtian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although the extra time of one more breath was just a blink of an eye, it would at least buy more time for Huolaro to make his move on Diju. You're done setting it up. Chapter 1537. Yes. Upon hearing Diju's question, Duan Lingtian nodded his head. You go in first. I'll go in after you. Diju's eyes lit up as he said. Until now, he still maintained a cautious attitude and asked Duan Lingtian to go in first. If there was any danger, Duan Lingtian would be the first to encounter it, and Duan Lingtian would be the unlucky one. Duan Lingtian was almost numb to Diju's cautiousness. He responded nonchalantly and entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The entire 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was his, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Time passed by quietly. Since Diju was supporting the surrounding seawater, Duan Lingtian's inscription formation was not depleted at all. With Diju's strength, the surrounding seawater was no threat to him at all. It would not be a problem for him to continue like this for 8 to 10 years. After 15 minutes had passed, Diju frowned and thought to himself, don't tell me that boy has really met with misfortune. The moment Diju thought of this, he recalled what Duan Lingtian had said before. He said that as long as there's any movement outside that affects this pagoda, those who enter will be sent out immediately. The moment Diju thought of this, he waved his hand casually. At once, a gust of wind blew past and swept towards the 7-story pagoda in front. Almost at the same time when the wind blew past, a wretched figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body, but Duan Lingtian was not angry at all. Instead, he smirked secretly. Has he finally lost his cool? Naturally, he had stayed in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for so long on purpose. He wanted to see if Diju could keep his cool or not. Why didn't you come out so late? Diju asked in a deep voice. I've encountered some situation inside. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. What's the situation? Diju asked. I discovered that someone had indeed entered it before because some of the saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions were missing. I remember those saint weapons were still there when Diyong and I left. Duan Lingtian sighed. It seems that it's just as I guessed. Diyong really did go inside later. Humph. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian mentioning Diyong, Diju's face turned grave right away. After snorting coldly, he said nonchalantly, follow me in. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian's heart stirred. However, he still tried his best to remain calm. As he looked at the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he smiled wryly at Diju and said, Senior, why don't I help you hold the surrounding seawater from the outside while you go in alone? With me outside, you don't have to worry about being sent out in 2 or 3 breaths. What? Are you trying to escape when I go in? Diju smirked coldly. If that's the case, you can rest assured. After this incident, as long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you're not directly related to Diyong's death, I won't make things difficult for you. I'm a 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons. My identity is noble, so of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. Duan Lingtian scoffed at Diju's words. Not an unreasonable person? If he was not an unreasonable person, would he have killed so many people on Half Moon Island and turned it into ruins? Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say these words out loud. Currently, If he were to fight Di-Ju head-on, it would be no different from throwing an egg at a rock. He was not impulsive to that extent. Senior, I don't think it's appropriate for me to swear on this oath, right? If Di-Yong really died in this pagoda, then naturally, it's directly related to me. After all, it's because of me that he found out about the existence of this pagoda and went in. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Humph. Of course, I've thought of this. It's easy to solve this problem. All you have to do is add some conditions when you swear on the lightning penalty oath. Di-Ju snorted. Now, follow me in. 2 to 3 breaths of time is enough for me to observe for a while. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not reject Di-Ju anymore. This was because if he rejected him again, Di-Ju would definitely be suspicious. This was not something he wanted to see. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the same time, he controlled the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to extend its suction force and suck Di-Ju in as well. The moment Di-Ju entered, the seawater outside seemed to have gone out of control as it surged toward the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, the seawater was blocked by the inscription formation that Duan Lingtian had set up. Of course, it was only an inscription formation after all. Not only that, the material was simple. Under the pressure of the seawater, the layer of light shield formed by the inscription formation gradually dimmed. Once the light shield was completely dimmed, it would be crushed by the seawater. At that time, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Di-Ju, both of them would be sent out by the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda immediately. Hualao, it's all up to you now. After entering the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian moved to the side. After a while, he was blocked by a layer of fog. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see this layer of fog. However, Di-Ju, who came in after him, realized that there was a layer of fog around him that completely blocked his vision. Boy, where are you? At the same time, Di-Ju realized that Duan Lingtian had disappeared as well. Before he could even search for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, a pressure that came out of nowhere caused his expression to change drastically. At the same time, he shouted, "Who's there?" However, the person who came did not bother about him. A wave of vast, rolling, peerless energy instantly passed through the fog and swept towards Di-Ju. After all, he was a 5-clawed divine dragon among dragons. In a flash, Di-Ju transformed into his true form. A 5-clawed golden dragon that was hundreds of meters long appeared. His dragon tail swept out at lightning speed and went head-on with the energy that made him feel pressured. Boom! When his dragon tail collided with the energy, Di-Ju felt a tremor from his dragon tail to his entire body, causing his gigantic body to tremble uncontrollably. After a while, Di-Ju saw the true face of the person who attacked. It was an old man dressed in a red robe. "Who are you?" Di-Ju, whose vital energy and blood were rolling in his body, shouted with a grave expression when he saw the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man was naturally Hualao. When he saw Di-Ju actually withstood his sneak attack, a hint of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. In the next second, a wisp of flame rose in each of his eyes. At that moment, Hualao's entire body was enveloped by a scorching flame. Unlike the usual red flames, this flame was golden in color. It was a golden flame. As the golden flame swayed, Hualao's true form, the 3-legged golden crow, appeared before Di-Ju's eyes. What kind of saint beast is this? Naturally, Di-Ju could not recognize Hualao's true form. What a joke! Hualao's true form was the only 3-legged golden crow in the world. There was no other 3-legged golden crow in this world. Duan Lingtian stood behind the layers of fog. There was no fog in his sight. There was only a gigantic 5-clawed golden dragon and a gigantic 3-legged golden crow. There are still 9 breaths of time left. I hope Elder Hua can kill him in 9 breaths of time, otherwise, I'll be the unlucky one. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with anticipation and anxiety. The result of this battle would directly affect his life and death. Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why Hualao did not continue to attack after his attack was blocked by Di-Ju. It must be because Hualao was searching for Di-Ju's weakness so that he could kill Di-Ju in the shortest amount of time. Before he came in, he had already told Huolaro that he only had 11 breaths of time. His life and death were crucial to Huolaro. He believed that Huolaro would not show any mercy. In just a blink of an eye, another breath of time had passed. At this moment, Huolaro made his move. He took the lead to transform into a gush of golden flame. Like a burning cloud, he charged straight at Diju's true form, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Naturally, the speed of the golden flame was very fast. Duan Lingtian could only barely catch a trace of its afterimage. As for Diju's true form, its speed was also very fast. Duan Lingtian could not catch a glimpse of it with his eyes. Bang! 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 As Huolaro made his move, a thunderous sound of air exploding resonated in the air. The sound of air exploding was so deafening that it made one's hair stand on end. Boom! 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 Along with the air exploding sound were waves of rolling air billows. The air billows were compressed into a shockwave that swept out in all directions. It enveloped Duan Lingtian as well, causing Duan Lingtian to retreat continuously. He was in a slightly sorry state. At the same time, Diju no longer spoke. Naturally, he wanted to speak. However, Huolaro's attacks that were like a storm that suppressed him made him exhausted. At this moment, he could only hope that this strange tower would send him out as soon as possible. However, after 2 to 3 breaths of time, he realized that he was still not sent out. At that moment, endless rage rose in his heart. Damn it! That brat lied to me. At this moment, if he still could not figure out what was going on, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, although he was furious and wanted to grind Duan Lingtian into ashes, he knew that the most important thing right now was not to think about this. Instead, he had to deal with the crisis before him. Currently, Diju had unleashed all of his techniques and no longer held back. However, even then, he was still retreating in defeat in front of Huolaro. Under Huolaro's storm-like attacks, Diju, who was in an extremely passive position, only felt extremely oppressed. This kind of oppression also brought him panic. The moment the panic rose, it spread out and was difficult to suppress. Damn it! What kind of saint beast is this? It's not like I haven't seen the top super saint beasts in the Dao Martial Saint Land before, but they're far from being as terrifying as this one. Judging by the true origin he displayed, his cultivation base is even lower than mine. However, the combat strength he displayed far surpasses mine. Diju was slightly exasperated. This won't do. If this continues, I'll definitely die in his hands in 10 breaths at most. Chapter 1538. It was because of Diju's calmness that he did not die even after the inscription formation outside was crushed by the seawater. Instead, he managed to catch his last breath. In the span of 11 breaths, he was severely injured by Huolaro. He was on the verge of death, but he did not die. When the seawater bombarded the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian who was hiding and watching the show, or Diju who was struggling to catch his last breath, they were all sent out immediately. Boy, Diju, will remember what happened today. I won't let you go when we meet again. When Duan Lingtian was sent out, he heard Diju's voice that was getting further and further away. The moment Diju was sent out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by force, he crushed a high-grade Divine Strider talisman. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. A powerhouse above the saint stage could activate a Dao talisman with his true origin. He did not even need to shout appear. He only needed to channel his true origin into it and crush it. Duan Lingtian could tell that Diju's words were weak. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Moreover, he did not even dare to stay for a moment longer. It was obvious that he was really afraid of Huolaro. I must go back now. I must bring Uncle Feng, teacher, and the others away from Half Moon Island while he's in a state of panic and has temporarily lost his rationality. Without any hesitation, without even informing the 3-legged golden crow, Huolaro, in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian shrunk the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and put it away. He then rushed back to Half Moon Island as fast as he could. After rushing back to Half Moon Island, Feng Wu Dao and the rest were overjoyed when they saw him. Let's talk after we leave. Di might come back anytime. Seeing that Feng Wudao and the rest were about to say something, Duan Lingtian stopped them first. He then waved his hand, and vast true energy swept out and shrouded Feng Wudao and the rest. He then brought them away from Half Moon Island as fast as he could. However, after leaving Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian did not head south directly to the mortal continent. Instead, they went west and took a big detour before they started heading southeast. The reason he did this was to avoid Di, who would return after regaining his rationality. Facts proved that Duan Lingtian's concerns were correct. After Di crushed the divine Strider talisman and left, he hastily consumed a few healing medicinal pills and recovered some of his injuries. Although the current Di was no longer as terrifying as he was when he was in his prime, as long as his opponent was not at the saint stage or above, he was confident he could defeat him. At the same time, the panic and fear in Diju's heart was gradually suppressed by him as he gradually calmed down. Something's wrong. After calming down, he immediately felt that something was wrong. That big bird covered in golden flames doesn't seem to be chasing after us. Could it be that it can't leave the 7-story tower? The more Diju thought about it, the more he was certain of it. At once, regret filled his face. Why didn't I think of this before? Otherwise, even if I couldn't re-enter the 7-story pagoda, I would have been able to kill that brat after I was sent out. The moment Diju thought about Duan Lingtian, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. At this moment, if he still did not realize that the danger he was facing was created by Duan Lingtian, he would have lived his life in vain. Although it was impossible for Diju to think that the 7-story pagoda belonged to Duan Lingtian, he also realized that everything he faced earlier was related to Duan Lingtian. The moment he entered the pagoda, he was tortured by a terrifyingly powerful saint beast. In his opinion, with that saint beast's strength, it would not be difficult for it to kill that brat called Duan Lingtian. However, that brat was fine even after staying in there for 15 minutes. In fact, even he, Diju, was almost killed after staying in there for over 10 breaths. Although he did not die, he was on his last breath. He could only rely on the divine Strider talisman to escape when he was sent out. At that time, there was only fear left in his heart. He did not have the time to think too much. Otherwise, he would not have left. Now that he had figured everything out, Diju's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam. Brat, how dare you trick me? If I don't kill you, I, Diju, am a 5-clawed golden dragon of the Imperial Dragons. At this moment, Diju was almost certain that Duan Lingtian had long known about the existence of the gigantic bird in the pagoda and purposely lured him in. As for Duan Lingtian himself, since he was familiar with the situation inside, he could avoid that terrifyingly powerful strange gigantic bird immediately and let the gigantic bird deal with him. After figuring all this out, the rage in Diju's heart grew even stronger. Whoosh! At this moment, Diju had already disappeared from his original spot. With his fastest speed, he rushed back to the depths of the sea. However, when he rushed back, there was no trace of Duan Lingtian at all. Even the 7-story pagoda had disappeared without a trace. It seems to be here. Diju arrived at a group of seaweeds and imitated Duan Lingtian by kicking the bottom of the sea. However, he realized that the 7-story pagoda did not appear again. Could it be that the location is wrong? Subsequently, Diju used his fastest speed to kick every corner of the seaweeds. However, the 7-story pagoda still did not appear. Don't tell me that there's a need for some technique to make the 7-story pagoda appear? Diju's face was grave. He could not figure out the reason at all. If Duan Lingtian had seen Diju's series of actions, Duan Lingtian would have burst out laughing. This was because he had only done that to deceive Diju. When he had passed through this sea for the first time, he had already left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that had turned into dust here. After that, he had brought Diju back. When he had returned to this place, he pretended to be activating some mechanism while he enlarged the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. His kicking action was just a smokescreen. When Diju realized that he could not make the 7-story pagoda appear, his face turned even graver. Boy, you've completely infuriated me. Since that's the case, There's no need for your friends to continue living in this world. If I kill them now, it won't be considered as breaking the lightning penalty oath that I swore earlier. In his rage, Diju left the depths of the sea as fast as he could and returned to the valley on Half Moon Island. However, when he returned, he soon realized that there was no one in the valley anymore. Everyone had left. Diju, who was unwilling to give up, searched the surroundings, but he still did not discover anything. He immediately headed south. This group of people came from the mortal continent. They must have returned to the mortal continent now. In such a short time, even if that boy comes back, I'll be able to catch up to them in the shortest time as long as the direction is correct. The moment Diju thought of this, he headed south at full speed. Half an hour later, Diju came to a halt as he muttered to himself with a grave expression, "It seems like they didn't head south. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have already caught up to them." Currently, Diju had already appeared near the mortal continent's cloud continent. If I can figure it out, that cunning boy must have figured it out as well. Perhaps, he brought that group of people north to the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Subsequently, Diju headed back. After he returned to Half Moon Island, he continued to search north. This time, he relied on his speed to search the north. He searched every inch of the area, not missing a single corner. However, after a few days, he still came up empty-handed. When he returned to his senses and returned to Half Moon Island, he continued to search south of the sea. Duan Lingtian had already brought Feng Wu Dao and the others back to his hometown, the Cloud Continent. If it was any other time, Duan Lingtian would definitely be in a good mood when he returned to the Cloud Continent. However, at this moment, his mood was extremely gloomy. He felt as though the sky above his head was dark. Of his two fiancées, one was missing while the other was taken away from him by force. The feeling of his heart being hollowed out almost drove him crazy. However, he managed to calm down in the end. At this moment, he could only remain calm. It would be useless no matter how impatient he was. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian still had this bit of self-control. Little Fei should be fine since she's with Little Black and the others. 3 years have passed, Little Black and the others must have broken through to the mortal shedding stage. As saint beasts, apart from their strength, the 3 of them have a perception that far surpasses humans. Half Moon Island has suffered a great calamity. There's only one way for them to go, and that's to look for Xuanai and ask for help. After calming down, Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clearer. The moment he thought of this, he felt relieved. Ke was taken away by Kai Mai. Based on Kai Mai's attitude toward her, she shouldn't hurt her. Kai Mai is from some Zoroastrianism or something. If I want to look for Ke in the future, this is the only clue I have right now. Although Duan Lingtian had calmed down, he could not help but feel a stab of pain in his heart when he thought of Ke. It was obvious that Kai Mai was dissatisfied with the child Ke was pregnant with. Moreover, from what Kai Mai said, there was another group of people looking for Ke as well. That group of people might harm Ke. What kind of background does Ke have? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Duan Lingtian had brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the 10 Great Dynasties territory at the south of Cloud Continent. They had returned to the Dark Han Dynasty and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom under the Darkstone Empire. His final destination was the remote canyon hidden deep in the mountains. It was also the place where the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, had left his ruins. Those who followed him now were people who could rely on him with their lives. Therefore, he did not plan to hide this. Of course, many of those who followed him had come into contact with this canyon before. For example, Xiong Quan, Feng Wu Dao, and Sima had come into contact with this canyon before and had more or less benefited from it. However, it was the first time Chen Xiaoshui, Nangong, and the Gold Thug had come here. Chapter 1539. When Chen Xiaoshui and the others were attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wu Dao, Sima, and Xiong Quan solemnly, the person who left behind this ruin is indeed a legendary figure in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. I've already verified this. Although the person who left behind the word sword on the mountain wall had left a message, What he said was just too exaggerated. Let alone Feng Wu Dao and the others, even Duan Lingtian did not dare to believe it completely. It was only a few days ago that Duan Lingtian realized that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was indeed an extraordinary figure when he heard Diju's words. Due to this reason, he finally realized the true value of this canyon. When Feng Wu Dao and the other two heard this, they gasped one after another. Since Duan Lingtian said that he had verified it, naturally, they no longer doubted it. At once, all of them shifted their gaze to the word sword on the mountain wall in an attempt to comprehend more. Duan Lingtian had brought everyone here because this was a ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Secondly, it was to avoid Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon. He believed that even if Diju came to Cloud Continent and searched the entire Cloud Continent, he might not be able to find them. This was because the word sword left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had given birth to a strange aura in the valley that could prevent the intrusion of spiritual energy. It could also prevent the owner of the spiritual energy from detecting anything. Due to this reason, he thought of hiding here because it was the safest place. Just like what Duan Lingtian had thought, Diju searched every inch of the way and soon arrived at Cloud Continent. At this time, his injuries had recovered slightly. Although he had not recovered to his prime, with his current speed, it would not take long for him to search the entire Cloud Continent. Time passed by quietly. A few months later, Diju carried out a thorough search on Cloud Continent. However, he still could not find any trace of Duan Lingtian and the others. He was exasperated at that moment. In his exasperation, Diju returned to Half Moon Island. With just a wave of his hand, a vast and rolling energy swept across the sky. Like a black cloud pressing down on a city, it shrouded Half Moon Island in an unstoppable manner. Boom, 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 boom. Under Diju's wanton venting, in less than an hour, the vast Half Moon Island disappeared completely from the sea. The original location of Half Moon Island had also become part of the vast ocean. Duan Lingtian. When Diju thought of the purple-clad young man who had deceived him, he clenched his teeth in hatred. However, there was nothing he could do because he could not find him at all. If he couldn't find the other party, no matter how much he hated him, it would be useless. With how cunning he is, it's possible that Yong was tricked into the pagoda by him and was killed by the strange big bird that was burning with golden flames all over its body. The more Diju thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. The hatred in his heart for losing his son had also been transferred to Duan Lingtian. He regarded Duan Lingtian as the person who had killed his son. Duan Lingtian, I'll find you sooner or later. At that time, I'll definitely make sure you die a graveless death. After roaring furiously for a while, Diju finally left. The moment he left, he headed north and returned to the Dao Marshal Saint Land. His destination was the dragons. While he hated Duan Lingtian and wished he could turn Duan Lingtian into ashes, a graceful figure could not help but appear in Diju's mind. The owner of the figure was none other than Kai Mai. Zoroastrianism? I've never heard of such a force before. By right, a force that can give birth to a powerhouse like her shouldn't be a force that is unknown in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. On the way back, Diju's heart was filled with confusion. Moreover, based on her tone, it seems like she's certain that clan leader knows about the existence of Zoroastrianism. The moment Diju thought of this, he was eager to return. However, he was still very irritated along the way. Naturally, all of this was because of Duan Lingtian. He felt that he was already very careful, but he still fell for Duan Lingtian's trick. This made him feel aggrieved and enraged. When had he, Diju, ever been tricked like this in his life? Moreover, he was tricked by the person whom he suspected to have killed his son. As a five-clawed golden dragon in the imperial family of dragons, he had a dignity that surpassed his life. How could he stand being tricked like this? Due to this reason, even after he had returned to the dragons, his anger did not subside at all. Clan leader, have you heard of Zoroastrianism before? After returning to the dragons, Diju immediately went to look for the current clan leader of the dragons. Currently, he was the other five-clawed divine dragon among the dragons. The moment they met, he did not beat around the bush and asked, Where did you hear about Zoroastrianism? Almost at the instant Diju's words left his mouth, the expression of the clan leader of the dragons had changed completely. He was terrified, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Naturally, Diju was shocked by the reaction of the clan leader of the dragons. Oh, God! What was the origin of Zoroastrianism that could scare the clan leader to this extent? Clan leader, what's the origin of Zoroastrianism? Diju asked. Tell me, where did you hear about Zoroastrianism? The clan leader of the dragons repeated his question. His tone was heavy, as though the answer to this question was very important to him. Seeing how serious the clan leader was, Diju's emotions were affected as well. Without hiding anything, he told the clan leader about his experience on Half Moon Island. Apart from the 7-story gigantic pagoda, he told the clan leader about everything else, including his encounter with the powerful lady who claimed to be a member of Zoroastrianism. The reason why he did not tell the clan leader about the 7-story gigantic pagoda was naturally because of his own selfishness. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had tricked him, the 7-story gigantic pagoda was not fake. The power of the 7-story gigantic pagoda when it sent him out was extremely powerful. Even if it was him, he would not be able to resist that power at all. Due to this reason, he had never thought that the pagoda belonged to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the pagoda was still in the depths of the sea. It was just that he had not found a way to make it appear yet. Right now, he had already regarded everything in the pagoda as his own. He would not allow anyone to lay a finger on it. The relic left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang belongs to me, Diju. Only I, Diju, am worthy to be Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's successor. This was Diju's thought. After hearing Diju's words, the clan leader sighed in relief. It seems like she doesn't blame you, nor did she vent her anger on us dragons. That's good, that's good. At this moment, looking at the clan leader's expression, it was obvious that he still had some lingering fear in his heart. Clan leader, you haven't told me what kind of force Zoroastrianism is. Why are you so afraid of it? Why have I never heard of a force that even you are afraid of? Diju could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Diju, you're not the clan leader of the dragons yet, so there are some things that I can't tell you directly. I can only say that Zoroastrianism is not something that we dragons can afford to offend. No matter when, even if you're unwilling to bow and scrape before someone from Zoroastrianism, you'll still have to put away your pride as a dragon. The clan leader of the dragons said with a serious expression. Clan leader, do you mean? Zoroastrianism is a secret that only the clan leader of the dragons knows about. Diju sucked in a cold breath. Yes. The clan leader of the dragons nodded solemnly. Actually, it's not just you. Even those old fellows in the clan might not have heard of Zoroastrianism. Of course, nothing is absolute. Perhaps, they might have heard about Zoroastrianism from other sources. Remember what I said. No matter how great the humiliation is in front of the people from the moon-worshipping sect, you'll have to learn to endure it silently. This is because you're a 5-clawed golden dragon, the next clan leader of the dragons. You must be responsible for all dragons. The clan leader of the dragons continued to remind Diju. The clan leader of the dragons' words that were filled with dread had subtly affected Diju as well. While Diju was curious about Zoroastrianism, he was also wary of Zoroastrianism at the same time. Although he still did not know the details of Zoroastrianism, he had already confirmed one thing. That was, even the dragons could not afford to offend Zoroastrianism. If that's the case, you're still not sure who killed your son. After changing the topic, the clan leader of the dragons asked Diju. Although I'm not too sure, only that boy called Duan Lingtian would have the motive. Diju's eyes gleamed as he said seriously, Clan leader, I hope that you can help me. I don't expect you to avenge my son, but I hope that you can help me find that person called Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Diju's words, the clan leader of the dragons frowned. Diju, according to what you said, that person managed to escape from under your nose. Do you think it's so easy for an ordinary clansman to find him? Even if they found him, would they be able to keep an eye on him? Clan leader, I let him escape because I was careless. Diju explained. Due to his selfishness, he did not mention anything about the 7-level gigantic pagoda at all. Due to this reason, in the clan leader of the dragon's opinion, Duan Lingtian had escaped from under Diju's nose. Diju, you should know that it's impossible for the clansman to help you. In the eyes of the clansman, that person who killed your son was merely helping the dragons get rid of evil. He's the dragon's benefactor. Do you think the clansmen will help you deal with their benefactor? The clan leader of the dragons shook his head. Clan leader, you don't have to mention that he killed my son. You can just say that you're looking for him. As for the excuse, clan leader, feel free to come up with any. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Diju became anxious right away. Although he was powerful, he was only one person after all. Although there were not many people in the dragons, they were scattered all over the Dao Martial Saint Land and had a mature intelligence network. It was much easier for the dragons to look for a person than for him to look for a person. What? You want me to lie to the clansmen? The clan leader of the dragon's face turned grave as he asked in a dignified manner. Clan leader, if you think this is a lie, then so be it. Diju had a fearless expression on his face. What if I refuse? Chapter 1540. If you refuse, clan leader, there's nothing I can do about it. However, I, Diju, will leave the dragons and become a sectless cultivator. Upon hearing the words of the clan leader of the dragons, Diju said with a grave expression. Are you threatening me? The clan leader of the dragons asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. You can think whatever you want, clan leader. In order to find Duan Lingtian, Diju was ready to risk everything. Naturally, this was also because he was not worried that the clan leader of the dragons would refuse him. Good. Very good. The clan leader of the dragons laughed out of anger. Then, he waved his long sleeve and sent Diju flying. Get lost. Thank you, clan leader. Diju, who was sent flying, was not enraged at all. Instead, he reached out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. He knew very well that the clan leader had agreed to his request. After all, he was the only 5-clawed golden dragon other than the clan leader of the dragons. He was destined to be the next clan leader of the dragons. If he left the dragons and became a sectless cultivator, it would mean that the dragons would be leaderless in the future. As the current clan leader of the dragons, naturally, he would not allow such a thing to happen. After thanking him, Diju turned around and left. He knew that if he continued to stay, he would only be asking for trouble. Duan Lingtian, I'll be waiting for our next meeting soon. As Diju muttered to himself, he narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across them. When the clan leader of the dragons ordered all the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for a young man called Duan Lingtian was still in the Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was still on Cloud Continent. He was staying in the remote canyon where Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left his inheritance. However, Duan Lingtian was currently sitting cross-legged in the air, facing the word sword on the mountain wall. His eyes were closed, and a sharp aura was faintly exuding from his body. He sat there like a sword that had not been drawn out of its scabbard. Young master has been sitting like this for half a year. Will something happen to him? Within the canyon, Xiong Quan asked worriedly. His aura is stable, and he doesn't seem to be in trouble. Moreover, during this half a year, the sharp sword aura on his body has become denser and denser. Come to think of it, he must have comprehended the word sword. At the same time that Feng Wudao spoke, he looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. He can't be judged by common sense. Sima Chang Feng said. He had always had confidence in Duan Lingtian, whether it was in the past or now. At this moment, Sima Chang Feng looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Among the people present on the scene, he and Duan Lingtian were the first to come into contact with Duan Lingtian. He had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian from a young man to today, standing at the peak of Cloud Continent. He had even left Cloud Continent to make his way to the faraway Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, when Duan Lingtian left with Diju, there was a slim chance of survival. Even he was not certain that Duan Lingtian would be able to return. At that time, His heart was filled with worry. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian still managed to return. This made him realize how lucky Duan Lingtian was. Due to this reason, although Duan Lingtian's situation during this half a year was a little strange, he did not think there was anything wrong with it. After all, Duan Lingtian was never a person who could be judged by common sense. His awake! Chen Xiao Shui suddenly cried out. At once, everyone's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already stood up. He stood in the air, and his entire body began to sway. In the beginning, he did not seem to be moving at all. Later on, he seemed to be moving. Every single movement he made caused the air to tremble. He's not awake. He seems to have entered a state of enlightenment, Feng Wu Dao exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, the others also noticed that from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not open his eyes at all. It was to the extent that he was not affected by external objects at all. He was minding his own business as he moved. Every single movement he made seemed to be very smooth. For the entire day and night, Duan Lingtian's movements did not stop at all. It was as though he did not know the concept of fatigue at all. Although Duan Lingtian did not have a weapon in his hand, everyone present could see that Duan Lingtian was deducing his sword technique with every move he made. A set of sword technique that seemed to be moving at all from the beginning to the stage where it seemed to be moving at all. However, in the end, Feng Wu Dao and the others could not understand it at all. This was because they noticed that Duan Lingtian's sword technique was actually getting worse and worse as he practiced. In the end, it was even worse than when he was moving at all. In the end, it was only the most basic moves, slashing, stabbing, and slicing. What's going on? The crowd who had been observing Duan Lingtian for the entire day could not help but look at each other when they saw this. No one could tell what was going on with Duan Lingtian. In the end, Gold Thug muttered softly, "Could it be that this is what they mean by turning the simple into the complicated and the complicated into the simple?" Gold Thug's original form was a Golden Hellhound, and the Golden Hellhound clan had a long history of inheritance. Therefore, Gold Thug knew more than anyone else present. However, not many people heard Gold Thug's mutterings. This was because everyone's attention was now on Duan Lingtian. It seems like he's going to sit down again. At the same time that Nangong Yi exclaimed softly, Duan Lingtian, who was high up in the sky, also stopped moving and sat down with his legs crossed in the air again. At the same time, the crowd noticed that Duan Lingtian placed his hands on his knees as though he was holding a sword. However, there was no sword in his hands. There was only air in his hands. "I don't understand." Chen Xiao Shui shook his head with a puzzled expression on his face. In fact, he was not the only one who did not understand. Most of the others did not understand as well. Gold Thug was the only one who stared at Duan Lingtian's back as though he was deep in thought. Duan Lingtian was unaware of everything that was happening outside. He was currently in a strange state. Ever since he realized that the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, was really a legend of the Dao martial saintland, his attitude toward the word sword left behind by Feng Qingyang had undergone a subtle change. Previously, he had been staring at the word sword intently without closing his eyes for even a moment. A day had passed, and he still could not figure out anything. 2 days had passed, and he still could not figure out anything. 3 days had passed, and it was still the same. The days passed one after another. On the 10th day, Duan Lingtian was still persevering. On the 11th day, Duan Lingtian vaguely caught a glimpse of something from the word sword. It was difficult to describe, but it was very subtle. Its existence seemed to have opened a door to another realm for Duan Lingtian. Of course, the realm mentioned here was the realm of the Sword Dao. At this moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes as he began to comprehend the additional thing that had appeared in his mind. Half a year had passed since he closed his eyes. Naturally, he did not know that half a year had passed. This was because he had only done one thing in this half a year, and that was to comprehend the additional thing that had appeared in his mind. The additional thing could be considered as information or something else. It was difficult to describe it with words. Half a year later, Duan Lingtian unconsciously performed the strange sword technique for a day and a night. When he was done and sat down cross-legged again, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. There was not much information, but it gave Duan Lingtian a strong sense of oppression. Descendant, congratulations. You have obtained the recognition of the divine consciousness that I left behind. A voice accompanied the piece of information. It did not ring in Duan Lingtian's ears, but seemed to be constantly reverberating in Duan Lingtian's mind. Who are you? Faced with this situation, Duan Lingtian naturally panicked. He wanted to open his eyes and wake up, but he found that he seemed to have lost control of his body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with panic. Who am I? Didn't you see the message I left beside the word sword? The voice sounded again. You are Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian was frightened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's communication with the voice was limited to the communication between souls. At least you are not too stupid. Otherwise, I would really have to consider whether to let you be my successor. The voice sounded extremely indifferent. Your successor? Duan Lingtian was stunned. For a moment, he did not react to the situation. I don't have time to talk to you. This is only the divine consciousness I left behind on the word sword. Once it is released, it won't last for long. Now, I'll pass the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, to you. I hope you won't ruin my reputation. The voice sounded again. In the end, it no longer spoke. The Sovereign Heart Sword. Before Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he felt a vast amount of information gushing into his mind like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the end, he could not take it anymore and completely lost consciousness. Outside, Feng Wu Dao and the others were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure that was sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly falling. Young master. Xiong Quan was the first to rush out and caught Duan Lingtian before putting him down. A group of people immediately surrounded them and looked at the unconscious Duan Lingtian worriedly. Duan Lingtian laid there for 9 days and 9 nights. Fortunately, during these 9 days and 9 nights, everyone was certain there was nothing wrong with Duan Lingtian's body. Otherwise, who knew how anxious they would be? After 9 days and 9 nights, although Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he was not in a hurry to wake up. I seem to have had a dream. I dreamt of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1541. When he felt a sharp pain in his leg, Duan Lingtian realized that he was not dreaming. All of this was real. He had really obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, which the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang called the Supreme Sword Principle Mental Cultivation Method. What is this Sovereign Heart Sword? Is it a cultivation method or a martial arts technique? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian began to search through the additional information in his mind. After a while, he had a certain understanding of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Sovereign Heart Sword was not a cultivation method or a martial arts technique. It was a sword cultivator's heart cultivation method. If one wished to cultivate the sword, one must first cultivate the heart. Where the heart was, the sword would be. Where the heart was, metal and stone would split. That was the Sovereign Heart Sword. This, when Duan Lingtian read the last part of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he could not help but be stunned. When the Sovereign Heart Sword is cultivated to the highest level, all weapons will submit to the will of the heart. According to the notes in the content, when the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was in his prime, no one could use a weapon in front of him. This was because all weapons had to submit to him. To be more precise, they had to submit to his sword heart. The highest level of the Sovereign Heart Sword was called the heart and sword as one. Even if it hasn't been cultivated to the highest level, the first few levels are still very impressive. Although it's not a martial arts technique, it's far better than a martial arts technique. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. He was completely stunned by the content of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As he continued to read, Duan Lingtian came to the last paragraph of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was also a summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Of course, there was a lot of specific cultivation content at the beginning, but Duan Lingtian did not read it carefully. He had been jumping around to see what each level of the Sovereign Heart Sword was called and what was different about each level. The summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword was not a long description. It was only a short paragraph. The Sovereign Heart Sword is my life's work. Although it's not a Saint-grade martial tactics technique, it's far more powerful than a Saint-grade martial tactics technique. Even a heaven-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics technique can't compare to it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have cultivated the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest level. Even I only managed to cultivate the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest level 10 years before I ascended. The person who obtains the Sovereign Heart Sword will be the only successor of my Misty Rain lineage. That was the summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Rather than calling it a summary, it would be better to call it the Confession of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The moves in a heaven-class Saint-grade martial tactic are only 1/10 as powerful. Is the highest level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, heart and sword as one, really that incredible? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. His first thought was that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was boasting. However, when he thought about it again, he felt there was no need for Sword Saint Feng Qingyang to boast. After all, if he did, he would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, his reputation would be tarnished as well. There was no need for him to lie at all. If what he said is true, doesn't that mean I have something more precious than a heaven-class prominent Saint-grade martial tactic now? The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, his breathing quickened. He could not suppress his excitement. "Young master, you're awake." Due to his excitement, Duan Lingtian sat up unknowingly. It did not take long before Xiong Quan was alerted. At once, the others were alerted as well. "Lingtian boy, are you all right?" Feng Wu Dao asked with concern. "Duan Lingtian, how do you feel?" The others also looked at Duan Lingtian with concern on their faces. Faced with the group of people's concern, Duan Lingtian felt warm in his heart. He shook his head lightly and said, "I'm fine." "Lingtian boy, you sat there for half a year without moving at all. Then, you seemed to have entered a state of epiphany. Did you really have an epiphany?" Feng Wu Dao asked curiously. "Yes." Duan Lingtian did not explain too much since it was not appropriate for him to say what had happened to him. He nodded in response to Feng Wu Dao's question. At once, the others looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. After all, an epiphany was something that could only be found by chance. As the saying went, once you have an epiphany, even your chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. They believed Duan Lingtian's current strength must have improved tremendously. Boom. When the group of people surrounded Duan Lingtian and did not have time to disperse, a loud noise suddenly sounded. It shocked everyone, including Duan Lingtian. Instantly, everyone looked at the source of the noise in unison. In the next moment, besides Duan Lingtian who was slightly stunned, the expressions of everyone else changed greatly. What's going on? Under the gazes of everyone present, the word sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind on the mountain wall actually started to crack. To be more precise, it was the mountain wall that started to crack. In the blink of an eye, the mountain wall was densely covered in cracks. It was like a spiderweb that overlapped and covered the mountain wall. The word sword was already extremely blurry. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Subsequently, a scene that shocked everyone, including Duan Lingtian, appeared. After the mountain wall cracked into numerous cracks, countless material azure sword chi shot out from within and swept towards the surrounding mountain wall, completely mincing the surrounding mountain wall into pieces. Boom, 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 boom. As a large part of the mountain wall was minced into powder, the mountain rocks in the sky turned into powder that spread out and covered the ground before it smashed heavily on the ground. It lifted a huge cloud of dust that resembled a mushroom cloud. Due to their shock, Duan Lingtian and the others did not have time to block the dust. Soon after, they were covered in dust and were covered in dust. What's going on? Feng Wu Dao and the others were dumbfounded. Only Duan Lingtian was lost in thought when he saw the mountain wall with the word sword no longer existed. Could it be that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind the word sword to look for the successor of the Sovereign Heart Sword? At the end of the content of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he seemed to have mentioned that the person who obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword would be the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Didn't he leave behind similar legacies in the other two mortal continents? Why would he say that I'm the only successor? Could it be that after I obtained his recognition and became the successor of the sovereign heart sword, not only my cloud continent, but even the mountain walls with the word sword on the other two mortal continents no longer exist? Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he thought about this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only guessing. He was not certain. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that while he was watching the mountain wall with the word sword turn into ashes, the same thing was happening somewhere in the other two mortal continents as well. On one of the mortal continents, nobody had discovered the mountain wall yet. However, on the other mortal continent, someone had discovered it. Moreover, it was a sect that discovered it and immediately listed it as their sect's saint land. However, this day was destined to be an unforgettable day for the people in the sect. This was because their sect's saint land had turned into ashes for no reason. Initially, it was a disciple guarding the saint land who discovered the mountain wall with the word sword had cracked. In the end, everyone, including the senior officials of the sect in the saint land, witnessed the unforgettable scene with their own eyes. After the saint wall of their sect's saint land cracked open, countless solidified sword chi shot out and turned the saint wall into ashes. The saint wall has collapsed, and the saint land is destroyed. Could it be that the heavens are punishing us for occupying this place? The senior officials of the sect who witnessed this with their own eyes had a heavy heart. In the past, even the strongest powerhouse in their sect could not leave a mark on the saint wall. However, the saint wall had turned into ashes out of thin air at this moment. If this was not a punishment from the heavens, then what was it? Was there anyone in this world who had such ridiculous strength? However, it did not cross their minds that all of this happened because the peerless powerhouse who left behind the so-called Saint Wall had found his successor, his only successor. Since his successor had been found, there was no need for the mountain wall with the word sword anymore. One could imagine that if they knew the reason, they would definitely hunt Duan Lingtian down from afar to make Duan Lingtian return their saint land. The mountain wall with the word sword had turned into ashes, and the word sword canyon only existed in name. Duan Lingtian and the others stood facing each other in the sky above the canyon. Everyone, I'm going to return to the Dao Martial Saint Land's Moon Illumination sect immediately. I wonder what all of you plan to do? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Feng Wu Dao and the others. Put aside the fact that there was nothing left on Cloud Continent that he cared about, his two fiancés who were nowhere to be found filled his heart with worry. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Feng Wu Dao and the others fell silent. They had spent the past few years on Half Moon Island. To a certain extent, they had gotten used to the life on Half Moon Island. Now that Half Moon Island had turned into ruins, they would have to take a huge risk even if they returned. At this moment, they really did not have any plans. Duan Lingtian, what kind of place is the Dao Martial Saint Land? Chen Xiaoshui was the first to speak. He asked Duan Lingtian this question the moment he opened his mouth. Dao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he told them what he knew about the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he also told them about his current situation. If all of you want to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land, you can come with me. With my senior brother around, it won't be difficult to find a place for all of you to stay. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added. Feng Wu Dao and the others had long been attracted by the Dao Martial Saint Land that Duan Lingtian mentioned. Apart from the fact that the gravity in the Dao Martial Saint Land was more exaggerated, the mortal continents like Cloud Continent could not compare to it at all. Over there, even powerhouses like Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors were nothing. The cultivation environment, the Saint Stones, and the Saint-grade martial tactics there attracted Feng Wu Dao and the others. Duan Lingtian, are you also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now? Chapter 1542. From Duan Lingtian, everyone, including Chen Xiaoshui, learned about the existence of the mortal shedding stage martial cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They knew that it was above the Emperor Wu stage and the Demon Emperor stage. Mortal shedding stage? Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshui's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm not at the mortal shedding stage. How's that possible? Feng Wu Dao and the others did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. If you're not at the mortal shedding stage, how could you be so fast when you brought us back? That's right. The speed you brought us back was too ridiculous. It was so fast that I couldn't even see what was going on outside. Duan Lingtian, are you kidding? Although I haven't broken through to the Emperor stage, I know that even those at the peak of the Emperor stage can't have such speed. Everyone expressed their disbelief. I only said I'm not at the mortal shedding stage. I didn't say I'm still at the Emperor stage. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and continued to shake his head. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. In the end, Feng Wu Dao was the first to react. He asked in shock, "Don't tell me. You've already surpassed the mortal shedding stage and broken through to a higher stage?" The moment Feng Wu Dao's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm at the perfection saint rudiment stage now. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian introduced the cultivation levels in the Dao martial saint land to Feng Wu Dao and the others. At once, Feng Wu Dao and the others learned that the saint rudiment stage was the cultivation level above the mortal shedding stage. Moreover, they also learned about the specific differences between the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage. The perfection saint rudiment stage was the fourth stage of the saint rudiment stage. Feng Wu Dao and the others were stunned when they learned that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved so much in just 3 years. When they came back to their senses, their breathing became rapid. The cultivation environment in the Dao martial saint land is so ridiculous. Chen Xiaoshui exclaimed. That's right. Although your innate talent is high, Duan Lingtian, this improvement is just too ridiculous. Although my innate talent can't be compared to yours, even if it's only 1/10 of yours, my cultivation base will still improve a lot in the Dao martial saint land. Nangong Yi added. Although Nangong Chen did not say anything, his burning gaze clearly represented his thoughts. Even Feng Wu Dao and the others were filled with anticipation and longing for the Dao martial saint land. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that Feng Wu Dao and the others had already made a choice. The reason why they made such a choice was naturally the same as what Nangong Yi had said. They felt that the cultivation environment in the Dao martial saint land would allow him to improve by leaps and bounds in just 3 years. Little did he know that the reason why his cultivation had increased so much was mainly because of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Most likely, it was because of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, it was not convenient for him to mention the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was not that he was being selfish, but he had scruples in his heart. It was just like how he did not tell Bai Li Hong previously. Since Feng Wu Dao and the others were willing to sacrifice their lives for him, naturally, he was not worried that they would betray him. However, sometimes, under the effect of some soul-searching spiritual energy secret tactic, their actions were out of their control. This was what Duan Lingtian was most worried about. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian saw the desire in Feng Wu Dao and the others' eyes to go to the Dao martial saint land, he did not pour cold water on them. Moreover, although the cultivation environment in the Dao martial saint land was not as ridiculous as they had imagined, it was still much better compared to the Cloud Continent. Especially in the Moon Illumination sect, the cultivation environment was much better than the cultivation environment of an ordinary 9th-rate or 8th-rate force. Lingtian boy, since you've gone to the Dao martial saint land, do you have any news about Wu-Er? Feng Wu Dao, who longed for the Dao martial saint land, could not help but think of his daughter who had gone to the Dao martial saint land a long time ago. At once, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a yearning look in his eyes. Uncle Feng, the Dao martial saint land is so big that the Cloud Continent can't compare to it. However, I'm guessing the group of people who brought Tian Wu away must not be from any major forces. I've already asked my senior brother in the Dao martial saint land to use his connections to help look for Tian Wu. If there's any news, my senior brother will inform me immediately. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wu Dao. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not forget about Feng Tianwu. Due to this reason, not long after Bai Li Hong had acknowledged him as junior brother, he had asked Bai Li Hong to help look for Tian Wu. Bai Li Hong had also mobilized all his connections to look for Tian Wu in the Dao martial saint land. Naturally, although Bai Li Hong was a 3-star saint inscription master, his connections were still limited. He could only look for those 7th-rate, 8th-rate, and 9th-rate forces in the Dao martial saint land. If Feng Tianwu happened to be in a 6th-rate force or a force that was even more powerful, unless Feng Tianwu stood out in that force and became famous, it would be difficult for Bai Li Hong to find out where Feng Tianwu was with his connections. Even if he searched through all the 7th-rate forces in the Dao martial saint land, it would take a long time. Let alone those 8th-rate and 9th-rate forces. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Wu Dao nodded. He seemed to be relieved, but his heart was heavy. In the past, although he knew his daughter had gone to the Dao martial saint land, he was not too worried because he did not know much about the Dao martial saint land. However, after he learned about the Dao martial saint land, he could not help but feel worried. The Dao martial saint land was even more cruel than the Cloud Continent. There, the top powerhouses on the Cloud Continent, such as Emperor Wu and the Demon Emperor, were at the bottom of the pyramid and were easily stepped on. Since Feng Wu Dao and the others had made up their minds, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay on the Cloud Continent any longer. However, before that, he had some things to do. Uncle Feng, teacher, wait for me here for a while. I have something to do, but I'll be back soon. After notifying Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others, Duan Lingtian vanished before their eyes at the first possible moment, and he used his fastest speed to head all the way south. Duan Lingtian was currently a perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, so it only took him a dozen breaths of time to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at full speed. He only had one purpose in returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and that was to inform his family and friends in the Crimson Sky Kingdom about his whereabouts. If Little Fei Little Gold, and the others really went to look for Xuanai, they'll definitely come back. At that time, if they find out that Half Moon Island has been reduced to ruins, with Little Fei-er's intelligence, she'll definitely think of returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to ask about it. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and told his family and friends about his whereabouts in private. It did not take him too long to complete all of this. After another dozen breaths of time, Duan Lingtian returned to the place where Feng Wu Dao and the others were waiting. After greeting them, he led them all the way north and soon left the Cloud Continent. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not head in the direction of Half Moon Island. Instead, he took a big detour. Who knew if Di Ju was still waiting for him on Half Moon Island? He did not dare to take the risk. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian thought of leaving a backup plan when he returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He did not have the chance to leave a trace on Half Moon Island to inform Li Fei about his whereabouts. When he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, not only did he tell his family and friends about his whereabouts verbally, but he also left behind a voice transmission jade slip. It contained the words he told Li Fei about his whereabouts and the things that happened after he returned, including the kidnapping of Kerr. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had never been to Half Moon Island, he did not know that the original Half Moon Island had completely sunk and no longer existed. Just when Duan Lingtian brought Feng Wu Dao and the others back to the Dao Martial Saint Land, somewhere in the Dao Martial Saint Land, a group of 4 travel-worn people was approaching a mountain that was shrouded in clouds and mist. The moment they approached the mountain, the 4 of them were stopped before they could even pass through the clouds and mist. The people who stopped them were 3 middle-aged men dressed in blue uniforms and 2 young men dressed in casual clothes. Of the 2 young men, one of them wore embroidered clothes, and his every movement revealed the temperament of a profligate son of a wealthy family. The other one wore coarse clothes, and he seemed to be a foil to the former. He followed closely behind the former, and it was obvious that he was an errand boy. The young man in embroidered clothes was also the leader of the 5 of them. "Who's there? How dare you trespass into my Greenwave Han mansion?" The young man in embroidered clothes said lazily. From the moment he appeared until now, he did not even look at the 4 of them. "Young master, it's a supreme product, a supreme product." The moment the young man in embroidered clothes finished speaking, a flattering voice resonated in his ears. "What a pity, it's a pregnant woman. Supreme product." When the young man in embroidered clothes heard this flattering voice, he immediately lifted his head and began to size up the four of them. His gaze was soon attracted by one of them. This was a woman with a seductive figure and an angelic face. Her peerless beauty seemed to be able to overshadow everything in her surroundings. Most importantly, her temperament was exceptionally attractive. He had seen many beauties before, but this was his first time seeing one who was so beautiful and had such a temperament. So what if she's a pregnant woman? The young man in embroidered clothes glanced at the woman's slightly protruding belly and scoffed at his lackey's words. I, Han Jin Yan, have seen many women, but I've never tasted a pregnant woman before, especially one who's so beautiful and has such a temperament. How should I address you, miss? Han Jin Yan's expression changed instantly. From the initial indifference to the current enthusiasm, it only took a blink of an eye. Most importantly, although Han Jin Yan had lustful thoughts in his heart, he did not show it on his face or in his eyes. The lustful gleam in the depths of his eyes flashed before it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1543. This was also Han Jin Yan's habit. Usually, he would treat the woman he had taken a liking to with respect in the beginning. It was only when he realized he could not get what he wanted that he would turn hostile and use force to force the woman he had taken a liking to submit to him. From the past until now, he had never failed. Who are you? At this moment, 3 short figures stood in front of Han Jin Yan in unison, blocking his view. A little boy and 2 little girls were looking at Han Jin Yan warily. When Han Jin Yan saw the 3 little kids blocking his view of the beauty, his face turned grave immediately. However, when he remembered he had to maintain a good impression in front of the beauty, a smile bloomed on his face. I'm Han Jin Yan from Greenwave Han Mansion. Humph. My young master is the most beloved grandson of the Greenwave Han Mansion's supreme elder. At this moment, the lackey behind Han Jin Yan chimed in. At the same time, the other 3 middle-aged men who were dressed in uniforms looked at the pregnant beauty with a hint of pity in their eyes. They could tell Han Jin Yan had taken a liking to this woman. As far as they knew, none of the women whom Han Jin Yan had taken a liking to would be able to escape from his grasp. Although they could not stand it, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Han Jin Yan was the only grandson of their Greenwave Han Mansion's supreme elder. Moreover, just like what the lackey beside Han Jin Yan had said, Han Jin Yan was indeed the most beloved grandson of their Greenwave Han Mansion's supreme elder. Their Greenwave Han Mansion's supreme elder had a transcendent position in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Even the current mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion had to address him respectfully as clan uncle. So you're the big pervert Han Jin Yan that Sister Shuen I mentioned. The golden-clad little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade nodded as realization dawned on her. When the lackey behind Han Jin Yan heard the little girl's words, his expression turned grave immediately. He could not help but shudder. What did this little girl say? Sister Shuen I? Was she referring to the eldest young miss of their Greenwave Han Mansion who was doted on by everyone? The little she-devil whose name made everyone in Greenwave Han Mansion turn pale? You know Shuen I? Upon hearing the little girl's words, Han Jin Yan couldn't help but furrow his brows. A trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. In the Greenwave Han Mansion, there were only a handful of people who could make him feel apprehensive. However, that eldest young miss was one of them. In the past, he had often been teased by that young miss. At the same time, Han Jin Yan's face darkened. The little girl had called him a big pervert, which had completely ruined his image in front of the beauty. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and a green figure appeared out of thin air nearby. It was an old woman in green clothes. Standing there, it was as if he had become one with the heavens and earth. Lady Qing En-yu. Seeing the old woman, the 3 middle-aged men in uniforms immediately bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. They are eldest Mrs. Friends. You can leave now. The green-clothed old woman was precisely that Qing En-yu who followed by Han Xuanai's side in the past. Qing En-yu glanced indifferently at the 3 middle-aged men as she spoke. Yes. Upon hearing this, the 3 middle-aged men immediately left. At the same time, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of that good-for-nothing rich kid. Young Master Jin Yan. After asking the three of them to leave, Qing Enyu glanced at Han Jin Yan indifferently and greeted him perfunctorily. Qing Enyu, are they really Xuanai's friends? Han Jin Yan asked with a frown. Why? Young Master Jin Yan, are you going to ask eldest miss personally? Qing Enyu's tone was laced with sarcasm. It was as though she was not very respectful to Han Jin Yan, this young master. There's no need for that. A cold gleam flashed in Han Jin Yan's eyes as he shook his head. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to see that little devil. Whoosh. At this moment, Qing Enyu waved her hand. The air trembled as a profound energy flashed past. Then, whether it was Qing Enyu, that peerless beauty, the two little girls, or one little girl, all of them disappeared without a trace. At the same time, only Han Jin Yan and his lackeys were left at the scene. Young master, let's go back. The lackeys seemed to have noticed that Han Jin Yan was in a bad mood, so they suggested to him, go back and investigate the background of those people. The most important thing is that woman. I must have that woman. Now that there was no one else around, Han Jin Yan no longer bothered to conceal his desires. An uncontrollable lust could be seen in his eyes. Young master, why don't we just forget about it? Lord Qing Enyu also said that she's Miss Xuanai's friend. If you lay a finger on her, I'm afraid Miss Xuanai won't let this go easily. The lackeys seemed to be afraid of the Miss Xuanai that Han Jin Yan mentioned. Every time he mentioned her, his body would tremble. Humph. So what if she won't let this go? Do you think she can kill me? Put aside the fact that she might not have the strength to do so, even if she does, I don't believe she'll kill me for an outsider. Han Jin Yan snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Even so, Miss Xuanai isn't easy to deal with. The lackeys smiled wryly. You don't have to say any more. I must get that woman no matter what. As long as I can get her, it doesn't matter even if my life is shortened by a few years. Let alone that little devil's meaningless pranks. Han Jin Yan raised his hand to stop the lackeys from continuing. When the lackeys heard this, he did not say anything else. This was because he knew that once his master had decided on something, nobody could change his mind. On the other hand, the four travel-worn people were led by Qing Enyu to the mountain forest that was shrouded in clouds and mist. That place was a vast piece of land with numerous buildings standing on it. It was like a small kingdom behind the clouds and mist. This was the Greenwave Han Mansion. The travel-worn people were none other than Li Fei, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, who had traveled all the way here from Half Moon Island. When Li Fei left Half Moon Island, although she was worried about Kerr's safety, she knew her strength was weak. Even if she went back, she would only be courting death. If she was alone, she would choose to go back and live and die with Kerr even if she died. However, she was not alone now. There was a child in her womb. It was the child of her and the man she loved. For this reason, under such circumstances, she obeyed Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's decision and came to the Greenwave Han Mansion in the Dao Marshal Saint Land to ask for help. Naturally, it was not easy for them to travel all the way here. It took them almost a year. However, they had finally arrived at their destination. Sister Fei. Soon after, Li Fei and the others saw Han Xuanai. When Han Xuanai saw Li Fei, her eyes lit up immediately. She welcomed her enthusiastically and held Li Fei's hand. Sister Fei, why are you here? Xuanai, you've changed a lot. Seeing Han Xuanai again, even Li Fei could not help but be stunned. After her cultivation base had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, Han Xuanai's appearance was no longer restricted by her cultivation method. She gradually grew from a young girl to a great beauty. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to Li Fei at all. Hee, Han Xuanai giggled. Then, she glanced behind her and asked Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, why is it only the three of you? Where's Sister Kerr? Sigh. Li Fei sighed. When she heard Han Xuanai mention Kerr, a worried expression appeared on her face. During this journey, she was most worried about Kerr's safety. What's wrong? What happened? Han Xuanai's expression changed slightly. She also felt that something was not right. Sister Xuanai, Half Moon Island. At this moment, Little Gold opened her mouth angrily and told her everything that happened after Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, came to Half Moon Island. In the end, she said sadly, right now, we don't know if Sister Kerr and the others are still alive or not. Sister Xuanai, you must save them. Almost a year ago. Han Xuanai's heart felt heavy. It had been almost a year since the incident. It was not certain if the remaining people were still alive. Moreover, when she heard that it was done by Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, she felt helpless. As the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, she had naturally heard of Diju before. She knew that he was one of the two five-clawed golden dragons in the Greenwave Han Mansion. He was very powerful. Even in their Greenwave Han Mansion, there were only a handful of people who could be compared to him. If it was just Diju alone, it would be fine. However, the problem was that Diju had all the dragons behind him. Among the dragons, there was no lack of existences whose strength was far more powerful than Diju. Sister Fei, don't worry about your pregnancy. Leave this matter to me. All of you have been on your way. Follow Qing Enyu down to rest first. Han Xuanai looked at Qing Enyu as she spoke to Li Fei. Without waiting for Han Xuanai's order, Qing Enyu waved her hand again and brought Li Fei and the three little fellows down. She did not even wait for Li Fei to reply to Han Xuanai. Diju, five-clawed golden dragon, dragons. I'm afraid even father won't be able to intervene in this matter. I can only look for master. I hope she's not in closed-door cultivation. When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her heart could not help but clench. This time, even if master is in closed-door cultivation, I'll still have to wake her up. This matter concerns Sister Kerr's safety. I can't let anything happen to her. I've already lost brother Ling Tian, but I can't lose Sister Kerr no matter what. Otherwise, how am I going to face brother Ling Tian when I see him in the future? Based on Han Xuanai's words, it seemed as though she had already confirmed that Duan Lingtian was safe and sound. The reason she could confirm this was because of her master. The moment Han Xuanai thought of this, she left the huge mansion she was living in and flew up into the sky. She headed straight to the depths of the mountains in the north of the Greenwave Han Mansion. Chapter 1544. On the way back to the Moon Illumination sect in the Dao Martial Saintland, Duan Lingtian's heart grew heavier and heavier. Now, he was thinking about his two fiancées all the time. Kerr was fine since he could confirm her safety for now. As for Li Fei, although he guessed she and the three little fellows had gone to look for Xuanai, the journey from Cloud Continent to the Dao Martial Saintland was extremely dangerous. Would they be able to arrive safely? He was extremely worried about this. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even have the mood to read the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, even if he did not read the Sovereign Heart Sword in detail, Duan Lingtian's current sword Dao had already reached the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. That half a year of meditation was not for nothing. As for the sword technique he performed as though he had an epiphany, it went from simple to complicated and from complicated to simple again. This was the interpretation of the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also known as the Sword in the Heart. Although it was only the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, in terms of power, it had already surpassed the highest stage of the aerolite strike that Duan Lingtian had cultivated. Naturally, the prerequisite was that he did not rely on the energy of the saint inscriptions when he cast the aerolite strike. In other words, the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword had already surpassed the highest stage of the human rank top saint-grade martial tactics offensive technique. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, apart from some imminent saint stage powerhouses, he was confident he could defeat or even kill other martial and Dao cultivators below the saint stage. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was still very safe for him to bring Feng Wu Dao and the others along. Soon after, he brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the entrance of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Currently, Duan Lingtian was already a popular person in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, the few outer court disciples guarding the entrance greeted him respectfully as senior brother Duan when they saw him and welcomed him in respectfully. They did not even check Feng Wu Dao and the others. What a joke! Not only was this senior brother Duan an outstanding talent among the younger generation in the Moon Illumination sect, but he was also elder by Li Hong's junior brother. How would they dare to stop him from bringing people into the sect? Duan Lingtian, those Moon Illumination sect's disciples seem to respect you a lot. Chen Xiao Shui said in surprise. The others were more or less surprised. Earlier, they could see that the respect the few Moon Illumination sect's disciples had for Duan Lingtian came from the bottom of their hearts. Especially when they looked at Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with admiration for the strong. For a moment, they were curious about how Duan Lingtian managed to achieve so much in the Moon Illumination sect in just 3 years. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had only entered the Moon Illumination sect for less than a year, they would most likely be dumbstruck. Senior Duan. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Ling Tian. Along the way, Feng Wu Dao and the others were numb to the greetings of Dao venerables. When Duan Lingtian led Feng Wu Dao and the others through the outer court, almost all the outer court disciples they met along the way greeted and bowed at him. Due to the fact that he was not in a good mood, Duan Lingtian merely nodded his head nonchalantly when the group of outer court disciples greeted him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian led Feng Wu Dao and the others into the inner court and into Bai Li Hong's mansion. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, the people in Bai Li Hong's mansion brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to rest. As for Duan Lingtian, he went to look for Bai Li Hong immediately. Junior brother, why are you back so soon? Bai Li Hong was surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian. Was his junior brother not going back to accompany his 2 sisters-in-law to give birth? Did my 2 sisters-in-law give birth when you returned? Did my nephew and them come with you? Bai Li Hong asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Senior brother. When Duan Lingtian heard Bai Li Hong mentioning his 2 fiancés, the worry that he had put down resurfaced in his heart again. He could not help but tremble. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally replied to Bai Li Hong. What's wrong? Did something happen? Bai Li Hong asked hastily when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression had turned grave. Faced with Bai Li Hong who was worried about him, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Then, he told Bai Li Hong everything that had happened. Dragons? 5-clawed golden dragon? After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave. Although his knowledge of dragons was based on written records, it was still a legend. However, the dragon clan in the written records was an extremely terrifying force. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, very few forces were willing to offend the dragon clan. Especially after he found out how powerful Di Ju was, Bai Li Hong felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. According to his junior brother's description, Di Ju's strength was even higher than the few saint stage powerhouses in their Moon Illumination sect. Apart from that, Bai Li Hong also learned about Kai Mai. Junior brother, since Kai Mai is sisters-in-law's twin sister, and she's so kind to sisters-in-law, I'm sure she won't harm sisters-in-law. However, I've never heard of Zoroastrianism before. Bai Li Hong comforted Duan Lingtian. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but shake his head. As for the other sisters-in-law, since she's your sweetheart and is pregnant with your child, I'm sure she's a blessed person. You don't have to worry too much, junior brother. Bai Li Hong added. When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Lingtian's expression softened when he heard his words, he struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade Duan Lingtian and comfort Duan Lingtian. One must admit that Bai Li Hong was indeed a wily old fox. In the end, he managed to calm Duan Lingtian down a lot. Senior brother, I've brought some seniors and friends with me this time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian told Bai Li Hong about Feng Wu Dao and the others. Bai Li Hong was very straightforward. Just let them stay at my place. I don't have anything else here except for a lot of empty houses. Since they're your seniors and friends, they're naturally my friends as well. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. Junior brother, you're here again. Bai Li Hong said with a slightly displeased expression on his face. I forgot. I won't thank you again if I need your help again, senior brother. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Let's go. Bring me to meet your seniors and friends, Bai Li Hong said. It would be rude if I, as the host, didn't go and greet my friends who came from afar. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong went to meet Feng Wu Dao and the others. When Feng Wu Dao and the others saw Bai Li Hong, they were dumbfounded. Although they had heard from Duan Lingtian that he had a senior brother in the Moon Illumination sect, and his senior brother's position in the sect was quite high, they thought Duan Lingtian's senior brother was the son or disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials. It did not cross their minds that it would be a white-haired old man. Moreover, it was obvious the old man was not a simple person. Everyone, since all of you are my junior brother's seniors and friends, naturally, you're my friends as well. From today onward, all of you will stay here. I'll apply for an identity token for all of you tomorrow. From tomorrow onward, all of you will be inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong smiled as he spoke to Feng Wu Dao and the others. Inner court disciples? Although they knew Bai Li Hong was not a simple person, Feng Wu Dao and the others were still stunned when they heard his words. They were inner court disciples as soon as they entered the Moon Illumination sect. They had heard from Duan Lingtian everything about the Moon Illumination sect on their way here. They knew the inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect were usually at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. Even the weakest outer court disciples were at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage or the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. However, they had not even entered the Mortal Shedding stage, and yet, they became inner court disciples as soon as they entered the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Don't tell me he's the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Nangong Yi and asked through voice transmission in shock. Even if he's not the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he must be someone with great influence in the Moon Illumination sect. Otherwise, how could he be so capable? Nangong Yi, who was stunned, regained his senses when he heard Chen Xiaoshui's voice transmission and replied. While Feng Wu Dao and the others were still in shock from Bai Li Hong's words, Bai Li Hong raised his hand and took out a huge pile of 6th-grade saint stones. Take these 6th-grade saint stones as my meeting gift to all of you. Also, I'll apply for a crystal card for all of you tomorrow. At that time, I'll transfer some merit points to all of you so you can exchange them for saint-grade martial tactics and pills at the Merit Pavilion. As for the saint weapons, I'll personally customize them for all of you. Bai Li Hong smiled. Feng Wu Dao and the others thanked him immediately when they heard his words. Naturally, they did not know how big the meeting gift from Bai Li Hong was. The last promise was enough to make half of the people in the Moon Illumination sect jealous. The saint weapons that Bai Li Hong customized for them were undoubtedly inscribed with the most suitable saint inscriptions for them. Once they used such a saint weapon, their strength would not be as simple as 1+1. All of you must be tired from the journey, so I won't disturb your rest. After bidding farewell to Feng Wu Dao and the others and Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong left. After Bai Li Hong left, Feng Wu Dao and the others looked at Duan Lingtian one after another. Feng Wu Dao took the lead and asked, Lingtian boy, who's your senior brother exactly? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me your senior brother is the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. Chen Xiaoshui asked as well. My senior brother is an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. However, due to some reason, my senior brother's position in the Moon Illumination sect is extraordinary. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to slight him when he sees him. Chapter 1545. As for the reason, I can't explain it to you in a short time. However, you'll find out when you stay in the Moon Illumination sect longer. Duan Lingtian added. Duan Lingtian was touched when he recalled the welcome gift his senior brother Bai Li Hong mentioned earlier. His senior brother had arranged everything for him. What Feng Wu Dao and the others lacked the most when they came to the Dao Martial Saintland was all kinds of cultivation resources. The welcome gift his senior brother mentioned earlier had undoubtedly solved this problem completely. Uncle Feng, teacher, all of you should have a good rest. Have a good rest today. There are still many things to do tomorrow. Duan Lingtian finished speaking to Feng Wu Dao and the others. Under the puzzled gaze of Feng Wu Dao and the others, Duan Lingtian bade farewell and left. Duan Lingtian said, We still have many things to do tomorrow. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian is still the same as before. He likes to keep us in suspense. Chen Xiaoshui and Nangong Yi began to talk at the same time. Feng Wu Dao and the others who had rested for a night finally found out what Duan Lingtian was talking about when they saw Bai Li Hong the next day. Apart from giving each of them an inner court disciple identity token, Bai Li Hong had also given each of them a crystal card. Not only that, he had personally brought them to the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect and allowed them to choose their own cultivation method to borrow. He had also recommended many saint grade pills for marrow cleansing and jade tokens that introduced various matters in the Dao Martial Saint land to them. During this process, they finally understood the meaning of the merit points in the crystal cards in their hand. As it turned out, the merit points were the most important currency in the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, using the merit points to borrow the saint grade martial tactic made them realize that the martial skills they used to cultivate on Cloud Continent were like trash compared to the saint grade martial tactic in the Dao Martial Saint land. After they had tasted the sweetness of the saint grade pills, they were even more shocked. At this moment, they even felt that their past selves were like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. A few days later, Feng Wu Dao and the rest finally found out about Bai Li Hong's identity in the Moon Illumination sect. They were dumbstruck. 3-star Saint Inscription Master, Bai Li Hong, Duan Lingtian's senior brother, was actually a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. In fact, during the few days they had spent in the Moon Illumination sect, they had obtained a comprehensive understanding of the Dao Martial Saint land from the jade tokens they bought from the Merit Pavilion. They found out that apart from martial cultivators, there were also Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint land. Among the martial cultivators, there was a special existence known as the Saint Inscription Master. Among the Dao cultivators, there was also a special group of existences known as Dao Talisman Masters. In the 9 sect alliances that they were currently in, a 3-star Saint Inscription Master was the highest-ranked Saint Inscription Master. In the entire 9 sect alliances district, there were only 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters. Due to this, the 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters had a special status in the 9 sect alliances district. Due to this reason, when they found out that Bai Li Hong was one of the 3-star Saint Inscription Masters and the only 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect, they were shocked. At this moment, they finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he said those words earlier. That fellow, Duan Lingtian. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? How many years has it been since he came to the Dao Martial Saint land? He actually managed to obtain a backer like Elder Bai Li Hong. Moreover, he even became Elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother, Nangong Yi said with an expression of disbelief on his face. Moreover, his words spoke the thoughts of Feng Wu Dao and the others. Even Xiong Quan, who had always been confident in Duan Lingtian, was shocked when he learned about Bai Li Hong's background. He did not expect his young master would be able to achieve such a feat in merely 3 years after coming to the Dao Martial Saint land. As expected of my young master. Xiong Quan's heart was filled with pride. While Feng Wu Dao and the rest were shocked by Bai Li Hong's identity, many outer court disciples and inner court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect had also learned about Feng Wu Dao and the rest. In the past few days, at least 8 out of 10 outer court disciples and inner court disciples were talking about Feng Wu Dao and the rest. This was because they were just too dazzling. Naturally, unlike Duan Lingtian who was dazzling in the past, Duan Lingtian had relied on his strength to gain the attention of everyone. On the other hand, Feng Wu Dao and the rest did not gain the attention of everyone because of Bai Li Hong's care. Due to this reason, many people looked down on Feng Wu Dao and the rest. They felt they had entered through the back door and became inner court disciples as soon as they entered. This caused many outer court disciples and inner court disciples to be so jealous that they were about to go crazy. A few days after Duan Lingtian returned, Liu Huan, who had just walked out of his closed-door cultivation room, also learned about the news of Duan Lingtian's return. He's actually still alive. Liu Huan's expression was extremely grave. The thing he did not want to see the most had happened. Before Zhao Feng was killed by the mysterious powerhouse, he did not manage to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you're so lucky. Unless you're going to hide in the sect like a turtle, I, Liu Huan, will definitely make sure you die a graveless death. Liu Huan said through gritted teeth as his eyes gleamed fiercely. His words were filled with monstrous hatred. It was as though he had enmity with Duan Lingtian for killing his father and stealing his wife. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. He had been sitting in his room for a few days and nights. From the beginning until the end, he had not changed his posture at all. In order not to worry Bai Li Hong, he acted calmly in front of Bai Li Hong. However, he still could not let it go. However, after a few days and nights, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. Right now, it's useless no matter how much I think about it. The most important thing now is to raise my strength. Only by raising my strength will I have a chance to look for Ke and snatch Ke back. Although even the five-clawed golden dragon, Di-Ju, did not know about the existence of Zoroastrianism, Kai Mai's strength far surpassed Di-Ju's. However, just the strength that Kai Mai displayed that far surpassed Di-Ju was enough to show that the fire worship sect was not simple. Now that Ke had been taken away by Kai Mai, if he wanted to snatch Ke back in the future, he would definitely have to face the Zoroastrianism. If he was not strong enough, he might be killed before he even saw Ke. As for little Fei Duan Lingtian could not help but worry when he thought about Li Fei. Logically speaking, with the three little fellows' alertness, there shouldn't be any problems when they bring little Fei to look for Xuan. I just hope that they didn't encounter any accidents along the way. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Li Fei and the three little fellows had encountered more than one accident on their way to the Green Wave Han mansion. Fortunately, they managed to turn the misfortune into a blessing each time. Otherwise, he might not be able to see Li Fei and the three little fellows again in this lifetime. When Duan Lingtian realized that it would be a waste of time if he continued to be depressed, he immediately entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As soon as he entered, he heard Hualaro's voice. "Don't worry, they're fine now." "Huh?" Upon hearing Hualaro's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Then, he regained his senses and realized that Hualaro was talking about Ke and Li Fei. "Hualao, how did you know?" Seeing how serious Hualaro was, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. "Don't forget about my origin. Although I'm not good at divination, I've been exposed to it a little. After being with you for so long, I think I can roughly deduce whether the people around you are a blessing or a curse." Hualaro said. "Hualao, why you not joking, right?" Upon hearing Hualaro's words, Duan Lingtian was a little agitated as well. He was afraid that Hualaro was only comforting him. "When have I ever joked with you?" Hualaro asked. "Hualaro, since you've already roughly deduced, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you just watch me sit there like a fool for a few days and keep talking to myself?" Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile while he was pleasantly surprised that little Fei was also safe. "It's rare to see you like that. What's the harm in watching you for a few more days?" On the other hand, Duan Lingtian almost vomited blood when he heard Hualaro's words. He secretly cursed this old man for being such a mischievous child. Why did he not see through him before? All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that something was calling out to him. To be more precise, it was calling out to his heart. Hualaro could not help but feel puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian's solemn expression. Then, he saw Duan Lingtian walking toward the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as if he was possessed. For a moment, he could not help but follow Duan Lingtian out of curiosity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only feel his heart trembling. It was an involuntary trembling that he could not control at all. When he was walking toward the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he noticed that his heartbeat was gradually calming down. However, the feeling of being called out to was getting stronger and stronger. "It seems like there's something calling out to me from the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda," Duan Lingtian thought to himself before he entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He could not figure it out. He had never felt this way when he was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. "What's that?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After he entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he finally knew what was calling out to him. The Jasper Celestial Sword. The thing that was calling out to him was the Jasper Celestial Sword that had been lying quietly on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was also one of the 6 celestial treasures, hidden in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the past, when the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was opened, he wanted to take the Jasper Celestial Sword for himself. However, he realized that the Jasper Celestial Sword was too heavy. It was so heavy that he could not even lift it. After he had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he purposely came here to try, but he still could not lift the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, the Jasper Celestial Sword was actually calling out to him. At this moment, his heart seemed to have resonated with the Jasper Celestial Sword. Could it be because of the Sovereign Heart Sword? Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with doubts, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He immediately thought of this. Chapter 1546. Now that I think about it, this is the only possibility. Ever since I inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword, I've never entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again. Today is the first time I've entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda since I inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword. It shouldn't be a coincidence that I've encountered such a situation. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart was filled with excitement. How could he not be excited? The Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure just like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, it was a celestial supreme treasure that specialized in killing. If he could use it, it would definitely be better than any saint weapon. In front of a celestial supreme treasure like the Jasper Celestial Sword, even the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon ranking could not compare to it, let alone a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 9-star saint inscription. Since it's calling me, does that mean I can use it? Such a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind for no reason. The moment the thought appeared, it was difficult for him to suppress it. At the same time, under Hualaro's shocked gaze, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and touched the hilt of the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was obvious that he wanted to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, Hualaro did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. When Duan Lingtian extended his hand and touched the hilt of the Jasper Celestial Sword, he realized that his heart had become extremely calm. The Jasper Celestial Sword also gave him an extremely intimate feeling. It was as though there was an extremely intimate connection between them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though his heart had become one with the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was difficult to tell them apart. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian held the Jasper Celestial Sword and exerted a little force in his hand. The force that he used was not even 1/10 of his full strength. However, it was this insignificant force that allowed him to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. That was right. As Duan Lingtian lifted his hand gently, the Jasper Celestial Sword that seemed to weigh 1,000 catties was easily picked up by him. When the Jasper Celestial Sword was in his hand, Duan Lingtian felt as though it was connected by blood. Upon seeing this scene, Hualaro was stunned. That was because even with his current strength, although he could barely pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was practically impossible for him to do it so casually. But now, the Jasper Celestial Sword was in Duan Lingtian's hands, as if it was weightless. At this moment, Hualaro cast the secret spiritual technique, Divine Eye, to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. At this moment, he desperately wanted to confirm Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Although he knew what was going on, Duan Lingtian's actions still shocked him. The Jasper Celestial Sword was actually picked up by him. With the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand, Duan Lingtian even had the lofty aspiration of with a sword in hand, I can conquer the world. When Duan Lingtian tried to infuse his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword, his expression changed completely. This was because the moment his true energy entered the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was as though the Jasper Celestial Sword had transformed into a bottomless pit as it greedily devoured his true energy. Even the true energy in his chi-si was being devoured by the Jasper Celestial Sword through his 99 saint veins. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized for the first time that having more saint veins was not necessarily a good thing. With the help of the 99 saint veins, in less than 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian's true energy was almost completely devoured. This caused Duan Lingtian to panic for a moment, and he quickly put the Jasper Celestial Sword down. After the Jasper Celestial Sword left his hand, it stopped devouring the remaining true energy in his Qi Si. When he looked at the Jasper Celestial Sword again, a faint green energy could be seen on the originally plain and unadorned sword. However, the green energy did not last for long before it gradually dissipated. It absorbed all of my true energy, and it dissipated in just a short while. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he regretted being so impulsive earlier. You can actually use it. While Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, Huolaro looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Disbelief was written all over his face. You're only at the perfection saint rudiment stage on this planet. You haven't even formed your true energy yet. How's it possible for you to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword? Moreover, you can actually use it. What's going on? When Huolaro reached the end of his sentence, he still had a puzzled expression on his face even though he was very knowledgeable. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not hide anything from Huolaro. Therefore, he told him about how he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. At the same time, he also told him that he had already mastered the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword in the Heart. I see. I didn't expect someone would be able to comprehend the Sword Heart on such a mundane planet. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang is considered a peerless genius even in the Devata realms. After he ascends, based on his attainments in the Sword Dao, it won't be long before he becomes famous in the Devata realms. Huolaro could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Is it really that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. He found it hard to believe. Who was Huolaro? He was the only three-legged golden crow in the world. When he was at his peak, his strength was comparable to a celestial god. It was truly shocking that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang would be praised by Huolaro, who was very knowledgeable. It's not exaggerated. Huolaro shook his head and said solemnly, in the Devata realms, including the Jade Emperor Heaven, there's only one person who's comparable to him in the Sword Dao. Although this was the first time Duan Lingtian heard Huolaro mention the Devata realms, he knew about the Jade Emperor Heaven. There were many existences in the Jade Emperor Heaven that he was familiar with. For example, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was the Jade Emperor in the ancient myths and legends of Hua Nation on Earth where he lived in his past life. Many celestials in the ancient myths and legends were also existences in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Huolaro was also an existence in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Based on Huolaro's words, it was clear the Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of the Devata realms. That person is also from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Just like you, he's also a human from the mundane planet Yang Huang. Although the number of saint veins he opened is nothing compared to those from planet Yang Huang, he's the second person to leave the Jade Emperor Heaven and become a heavenly emperor of another Devata realm. Huolaro continued to say, "Who's he?" Upon hearing Huolaro's words, Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued. Not only was he comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the Sword Dao, but he had also left the Jade Emperor Heaven and become a heavenly emperor of another Devata realm. Gongsun Shenyuan. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Elder Hua slowly spat out 4 words. Gongsun Shenyuan? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Huolaro's words. As an earthling and a citizen of Huaxia, how could he not know this name? The Yellow Emperor, Gongsun Shenyuan, planet Yang Huang, the descendants of Yang Huang. The word Huang represented the Yellow Emperor. The descendants of Yang Huang could be said to be the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor was their ancestor. Gongsun Shenyuan used the Shenyuan sword to kill the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm outside the Jade Emperor Heaven and became the new heavenly emperor of that Devata realm. When Huolaro mentioned Gongsun Shenyuan, the Yellow Emperor, he could not help but feel awe and respect for him. He's so powerful. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Although he had heard of Gongsun Xuanyuan's legend, He had mostly heard of Gongsun Xuanyuan's deeds on ancient Earth. However, he had never heard of Gongsun Xuanyuan's deeds after that. Naturally, it was not something ordinary people would know. Huilaro, you said the Yellow Emperor is the only person in the Devata realms you know who's comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian gasped when he recalled Huilaro's words. Yes. Huilaro nodded solemnly. I wonder how long ago Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was. If he didn't ascend after Gongsun Shenyuan, I'm certain his strength is on par with Gongsun Shenyuan. Perhaps, he has already become a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Ascension. It was White Sun Ascension again. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard about the White Sun Ascension. However, he did not know what it meant. Huilao, what does ascension mean? What does it have to do with Devata realms? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Ascension means that when one's strength reaches a certain level, it resonates with the Devata realm and triggers the Ascension Tribulation. Once one overcomes the Ascension Tribulation, one can enter a Devata realm through the heavenly path that is specially created for one. Huilaro explained. There are a total of 81 Devata realms in the colossal world. The Jade Emperor Heaven is only one of them. For example, if people from planet Yang Huang ascend, they'll arrive at the nearest Jade Emperor Heaven. However, I don't know which Devata realm the people from this planet go to after ascending. Huilaro continued to explain. When I said you'll have a chance to return to planet Yang Huang, I wasn't joking. As long as you ascend to the nearest Devata realm, you'll be able to teleport to the Jade Emperor Heaven through the transporting formation between Devata realms. Once you're in the Jade Emperor Heaven, you'll be able to find a way to return to planet Yang Huang. Huilaro explained in one breath. Huilaro's words shocked Duan Lingtian greatly. There were 81 Devata realms in the colossal world. The Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of them. I'm afraid there are only a handful of mundane planets in the 81 Devata realms who are capable of forming the Sword Heart on a mundane planet. For this reason, don't underestimate the person who left you the Sovereign Heart Sword. Chapter 1547. Elder Hua, you keep talking about Sword Heart, but I wonder what it is. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's not easy for me to explain the Sword Heart. All you need to know is that it's the peak of the Sword Tao on a mundane planet. There are countless people who have the Sword Heart in the Devata realms, but most of them have the Sword Heart in the Devata realms. It's not a big deal. After all, the cultivation environment and resources in the Devata realms are extremely good. Unless one is a sword cultivator who was born stupid, almost all of them would be able to attain the Sword Heart. However, it's a different story if one comprehended the Sword Heart on a mundane planet. Those who comprehended the Sword Heart on a mundane planet would be baptized by the divine energy of the Devata realms during their ascension to the Devata realms. Their Sword Heart would transform and become the Divine Sword Heart. In the Devata realms, those who possess the Divine Sword Heart were all people who attained the Sword Heart on a mundane planet. As I said earlier, such people are rare even in the 81 Devata realms. Gongsun Shenyuan from the mundane planet Yang Huang planet is one of them. Feng Qingyang is also one of them. Huilaro explained slowly. When he reached this point, he paused for a moment to give Duan Lingtian some time to digest the information. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was. Even in the Devata realms, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was a peerless sword Tao genius. Moreover, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was from a very long time ago. According to Huilaro, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was a sword saint. Currently, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang might have become a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He was on par with Gongsun Shenyuan, the Yellow Emperor. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened. He could not calm down for a long time. The Sovereign Heart Sword he had obtained was actually passed down by such an awesome person. According to what you said earlier, the highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword that you've inherited, the heart and sword amalgamation, should be the stage where you've developed the Sword Heart. If you're able to develop the Sword Heart before you ascend, your future achievements won't be inferior to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and Yellow Emperor Gongsun Shenyuan. Huilaro continued. And Hualaro's words made Duan Lingtian inexplicably excited. The sword saint, Feng Qingyang, was still fine. He didn't know much about him. However, the Yellow Emperor, Gongsun Shenyuan, was someone he was very familiar with. He could even be said to be his ancestor. After all, his soul came from Hua Nation on Earth. He was a descendant of Hua Nation and a descendant of Yang Huang. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he would have a chance to achieve something like Gongsun Shenyuan, the ancestor of Hua Nation, he could not suppress his excitement. Now, even I'm a little envious of your good fortune. Not only did you obtain the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's approval, but you also obtained the sovereign heart sword that sword Saint Feng Qingyang passed down to you. That's a supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method that can develop the sword heart on a mundane planet. Sometimes, I even wonder if you're the reincarnation of a deity. Otherwise, how could you have such good fortune? Hualaro sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he smiled awkwardly. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Ever since his soul had transmigrated to this world from Earth in his previous life, everything he had experienced felt like a dream. However, he also knew that all of this was not a dream. It was all real. When Duan Lingtian recalled the fortuitous encounters he had encountered along the way, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Indeed, his good fortune was extraordinary. Regardless, after listening to Hualaro's words, Duan Lingtian's horizons were broadened. He learned about the heavens. He also learned about the value of the sovereign heart sword that sword Saint Feng Qingyang had passed down to him. Moreover, according to sword Saint Feng Qingyang's message in the sovereign heart sword, he seems to be a member of the Fograin progeny, and I'm the only successor of the Fograin progeny. Duan Lingtian was also filled with doubts about the Fograin progeny since sword Saint Feng Qingyang did not explain it to him in detail. If it's possible, try your best to focus on the sovereign heart sword in the future. Only in that way will you have the chance to develop the sword heart. Of course, a supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method like the sovereign heart sword will be of great help to you when you cultivate other martial arts. You don't have to worry about your other martial arts falling behind. Hualaro told Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not know what Hualaro meant. However, when he tried to perform the various saint-grade martial tactics that he had learned in the past, he realized that apart from being able to perform them at will, there was also a hint of sword intent that originated from the sovereign heart sword. The sovereign heart sword was similar to a martial tactic, but it was also separated from it. In fact, it was even above a martial tactic. The sovereign heart sword was a technique that led to a myriad of techniques. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had never forgotten about his research on the Jasper Celestial Sword. Since he could already pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword and perform it at will, in his opinion, he should be able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword now. However, before he tried to use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he still spent some time to replenish the true energy in his Qi. After recovering his true energy, Duan Lingtian was extremely careful when he infused his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword again. He was afraid that the situation would repeat itself and his true energy would be sucked dry by the Jasper Celestial Sword again. After experimenting for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that he was indeed able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the full strength of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even so, the strength he displayed when he infused his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword was still ridiculously powerful. Duan Lingtian made a rough estimation. He infused 30% of the true energy in his Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword and casually swung the sword. The strength he displayed was not inferior to the strength he displayed when he unleashed his full strength. If I infuse 50% of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'm 90% confident that I can kill an imminent saint stage powerhouse. After experimenting infusing 30% of the true energy in his Qi and 50% of the true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword and swinging the sword twice, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea. However, if it's a saint stage powerhouse, even if it's the weakest saint stage powerhouse, with my current cultivation base, I might not be able to kill him even if I infuse all of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword. The difference between a saint stage powerhouse and a non-saint stage powerhouse is too huge. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. With his current cultivation base, even if he fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be able to instantly kill an imminent saint stage powerhouse. He might be able to threaten a saint stage powerhouse with just one swing of his sword, but he would not be able to kill him. However, if my cultivation base breaks through to the paramount saint rudiment stage, my Qi will expand again, and my true energy will become even more vast. At that time, if I infuse all of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword, even an ordinary saint stage powerhouse might not be able to withstand my sword. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. Although he could defeat opponents with a higher cultivation base with his current techniques. However, after he broke through to the paramount saint rudiment stage, he would only be able to defeat an imminent saint stage powerhouse at most, even if he used all of his techniques, regardless of the Jasper Celestial Sword. The difference between a saint stage powerhouse and a non-saint stage powerhouse was too huge. Even with his techniques that far surpassed people at the same level as him and his terrifying physical strength, it was still difficult for him to defeat a saint stage powerhouse when he was not at the saint stage. However, everything would be different with the Jasper Celestial Sword. By the time he broke through to the paramount saint rudiment stage, none of the powerhouses at the bottom of the saint stage would be able to withstand his sword with all of his might. However, I can't do that unless I have no other choice. After all, if I exhaust all of my true energy, I'll be like an arrow at the end of its flight. If someone manages to seize the opportunity at that time, I won't be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After experimenting for a while, 80% of the true energy in Duan Lingtian's Qi had been depleted, and he had to start recovering it again. After spending some time to recover his true energy, Duan Lingtian did not leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in a hurry. Instead, he stayed on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and cultivated seriously in an attempt to break through to the paramount saint rudiment stage. Once he broke through to the paramount saint rudiment stage, he would not be afraid of ordinary saint stage powerhouses with the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian cultivated even more diligently. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating with all his might, there were also people in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court who were in a bad mood. Duan Lingtian really doesn't want to come out. Liu Huan's expression was grave. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian had not left Bai Li Hong's mansion ever since he came back. He did not even have a chance to make a move on him. Don't tell me I have no choice but to let him continue like this. Liu Huan paced back and forth with a frown on his face. His expression was so grave that it seemed like it could drip water at any time. If he stays in Bai Li Hong's mansion for a few years, don't tell me I have no choice but to let him continue to grow like this. No. This can't go on. Liu Huan gasped and shook his head continuously as though he had gone mad. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he'll most likely be stronger than me in a few years. I can still deal with him now, but I won't be a match for him in a few years' time. Although Liu Huan was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit it. Duan Lingtian's innate talent in martial Dao was indeed so high that it was shocking. I can't let him continue to grow like this. Chapter 1548. A month later, a few Moon Illumination sect's disciples found a corpse not far away from the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. There was a Moon Illumination sect's disciple identity token hanging on the corpse's waist. Moreover, it was an inner court disciple's identity token. The entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. Killing a Moon Illumination sect's disciple near the Moon Illumination sect, an inner court disciple on top of that, was undoubtedly a slap to the Moon Illumination sect's face. Who was so bold? When the Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar because of the inner court disciple's death, a shocking piece of news soon arrived. The inner court disciple who was killed witnessed Elder Zhao Feng's death with his own eyes. That's why he was killed. Nobody knew where this news came from, let alone who spread it. However, this news swept through the entire Moon Illumination sect in just a few days. The Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar again. Elder Zhao Feng was dead. The first to be shocked were the nominal disciples in Zhao Feng's mansion. All of them were dumbfounded when they learned about Zhao Feng's death. No wonder the sect leader came to ask us if Elder Zhao Feng told us where he went. Perhaps, the sect leader already knew something had happened to Elder Zhao Feng at that time. The group of nominal disciples in Zhao Feng's mansion looked at each other. They could guess a lot of things at once. At the same time, many inner court elders who usually hung out with Zhao Feng also visited Zhao Feng's mansion to confirm whether this was true or not. When they learned that Zhao Feng had left for a long time and had not returned, they realized the news was not groundless. After the confirmation of these inner court elders, it did not take long for the entire Moon Illumination sect to confirm that something had happened to Zhao Feng. In the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area. Smack! A teacup was smashed on the ground and shattered into pieces. The person who smashed the teacup was an old man. Currently, the old man's face was as grave as it could get. Soon after, the old man left his mansion and went to a mansion nearby. Sect leader, didn't you say nobody in the sect knows where Zhao Feng went? Why did someone spread the news that an inner court disciple had personally witnessed Zhao Feng's death and was even silenced? The person the old man was looking for was none other than Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. Jiang Wei did not look surprised when he saw that the old man had come to question him. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, the news is completely groundless. I've been investigating for a few days, but I still can't find out where the news came from or who spread it. There must be someone behind this." Jiang Wei said with certainty. "I don't care if someone is behind this, I have to get to the bottom of this matter. If Sect Master can't do anything about it, I'll investigate it myself. These old bones of mine haven't moved for a long time. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to move a little more," the old man said in a deep voice. "Martial Uncle Qian, don't worry. I will definitely find out the cause of Zhao Feng's death as soon as possible." Jiang Wei said confidently, "Martial Uncle Qian, just wait for the good news." He was really worried that the old man would do it himself. He knew the old man's temper. For that illegitimate son of Zhao Feng, he could do almost anything. "Sect leader, my patience is limited." After giving Jiang Wei a deep look, the old man turned and left. After the old man left, the respectful expression on Jiang Wei's face was no longer there. It was replaced with a grave expression. Although the old man was his senior, he was still the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. The old man's threatening attitude made him feel extremely displeased. He felt like his dignity as the sect leader was being challenged. However, when he thought about the old man's strength that was not inferior to his, the dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared. Moreover, the old man was still the guardian of their Moon Illumination sect no matter what. He was duty-bound to help the old man. "I hope you've hidden yourself well. Otherwise, once I find you, I'll make sure you die a graveless death." The moment Jiang Wei thought about the person who spread the news of Zhao Feng's death, his expression turned grave. "Up until now, apart from myself and Martial Uncle Qian, the only person who knows about Zhao Feng's death is Liu Huan. Apart from that, I think only the person who killed Zhao Feng knows about his death." As the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Jiang Wei was, naturally, very meticulous. Due to this reason, the first person he suspected was Liu Huan. One must admit that Jiang Wei was really smart. The first person he suspected was the mastermind who spread the news. However, as the mastermind, how could Liu Huan give himself away so easily? Due to this reason, even though Jiang Wei tried to test Liu Huan again and again, his efforts were in vain. "It's time for me to release another round of shocking news." When Liu Huan saw Jiang Wei leaving his mansion again, a cold smirk crept up on the corner of his mouth. "Duan Lingtian, by Li Hong. Get ready to receive my gift. I don't believe you, Duan Lingtian, will be able to sit still after hearing this news," Liu Huan muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed fiercely. When the commotion caused by Zhao Feng's death in the entire Moon Illumination sect had died down, another piece of news spread out and shocked the entire Moon Illumination sect. The reason Elder Zhao Feng left that day was to avenge his personal disciple, Feng Fan. Who knew there's always someone better than him? Not only did Elder Zhao Feng fail to avenge him, but he even lost his life. This was the news that spread in the Moon Illumination sect again. Similarly, no one knew where the news came from, and no one knew who spread the news. However, this news was as shocking as the previous one. It caused an uproar in the entire Moon Illumination sect. As it turns out, Feng Fan is Elder Zhao Feng's direct disciple. No wonder he has a saint weapon that's inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription when he's just an outer court disciple. No wonder he didn't have the intention of becoming a disciple of the outer court elders even though he was a powerhouse who was ranked on the earth ranking. At this moment, many outer court disciples' doubts were answered. As it turned out, there was a reason behind all these doubts in the past. Avenge Feng Fan. I remember the person who killed Feng Fan seems to be senior brother Duan Lingtian, right? Soon after, someone said in shock. That's right. The person who killed Feng Fan was none other than senior brother Duan Lingtian. However, it was Feng Fan who took the initiative to issue a death duel invitation and invited senior brother Duan Lingtian to a death duel. Even if he's dead, it's only because he's not strong enough. He can't blame senior brother Duan Lingtian, right? If Elder Zhao Feng really went to seek revenge from senior brother Duan Lingtian, then he really doesn't have the bearing an inner court elder should have. That's right. Once the death duel invitation is issued, it's up to fate. This is the rule passed down in our Moon Illumination sect. Even if he's an inner court elder, he still has to abide by it. I heard senior brother Duan Lingtian left the sect for a period of time. Don't tell me Elder Zhao Feng was killed after he left. I wonder what the person who spread the news is trying to do. Don't tell me he's trying to say the person who killed Elder Zhao Feng is senior brother Duan Lingtian? Ridiculous. Even if senior brother Duan Lingtian is a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator now, it's almost impossible for him to kill Elder Zhao Feng. Elder Zhao Feng is a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Elder Zhao Feng is ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders. Not only is he a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, but is also a powerhouse at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. It's almost impossible to kill him without the strength of an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. Don't forget that senior brother Duan Lingtian has Elder by Li Hong behind him. Elder by Li Hong's strength is comparable to an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you suspect Elder by Li Hong killed Elder Zhao Feng. Unlike the previous news, this news was getting more and more intense because it was related to Duan Lingtian who had been in the limelight in the Moon Illumination sect recently. In the end, many people even suspected that Zhao Feng had been killed by Li Hong. It's a pity that Bai Li Hong happened to meet the sect leader when he left my mansion. Otherwise, even the sect leader would suspect him. Although Liu Huan was satisfied with the effect of the news he spread, he also felt a little regretful. However, even if the sect leader knows it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to kill Zhao Feng, this matter won't end so quickly. Perhaps, Bai Li Hong found a powerhouse who protected Duan Lingtian on his way back to his hometown to kill Zhao Feng? Liu Huan smiled sinisterly. All in all, Duan Lingtian won't be able to get away from this matter for the time being. I can only hope that he'll be so annoyed by this matter that he'll go out for a walk. The moment Liu Huan thought of this, his eyes gleamed fiercely. This was his true motive. Meanwhile, the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area was not calm at all. Junior Uncle Qian, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath and guarantee with my life that when Elder Zhao Feng's soul pearl shattered, I saw Elder Bai Li with my own eyes, Jiang Wei said to the old man in front of him. If Elder Bai Li was the one who killed Elder Zhao Feng, there's no way Elder Bai Li would be able to rush back so quickly. Moreover, as far as I know, Elder Bai Li had been staying in Elder Liu Huan's mansion for a long time before that. In other words, Elder Bai Li happened to be in Elder Liu Huan's mansion when Elder Zhao Feng was killed. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Zhao Feng. At this moment, Jiang Wei really wanted to hack the person who spread the news again and again into 1,000 pieces. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. He really wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. Perhaps, he didn't do it himself. Instead, he found a powerhouse to protect Duan Lingtian. The old man narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. He said coldly, "No matter what, I'll confront him about this matter. Junior Uncle Chen, you're putting me in a difficult position. Chapter 1549. Sect Leader. I know you're troubled because he's a 3-star saint inscription master. Don't worry, Sect Leader. As long as he can prove that he has nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death, I'm willing to swallow my pride and apologize to him. The old man said in a deep voice. Now that things had developed to this stage, Jiang Wei knew he could no longer reject the old man. Even if he wanted to, he could not. The old man had already made up his mind, and it was not something he could interfere with. Junior Uncle Chen, since you've made up your mind, I'll follow you. Jiang Wei said. The old man did not say anything else and allowed Jiang Wei to follow him. Soon after, both of them arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion together. When Bai Li Hong received the report that the sect leader had arrived, he was not surprised. He had already heard about the news that was spreading like wildfire outside. However, it had nothing to do with him, so he was not worried at all. Although he was not worried, he still felt a little heavy-hearted. If the news was true, did it not mean Zhao Feng had tried to kill his junior brother? He thought Liu Huan was the only one who wanted to kill his junior brother. He had overlooked Zhao Feng. Fortunately, nothing happened to junior brother. Otherwise, how could I face teacher? The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he felt a little fearful. However, he was surprised when he arrived at the main hall. This was because the sect leader, Jiang Wei, was not the only one who came to his mansion. There was another familiar face as well. It was none other than one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. It was none other than the Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination sect, Chen Kong. Greetings, Sect Leader, Elder Chen. Although Bai Li Hong was a 3-star saint inscription master and had a special position in the Moon Illumination sect, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Jiang Wei and Chen Kong. Elder Bai Li Jiang Wei smiled in response to Bai Li Hong. If it was any other time, Chen Kong would have smiled in response as well. However, he did not beat around the bush and said, Elder Bai Li, I'm here today because of Zhao Feng. Rumor has it that Elder Chen and Elder Zhao Feng were once master and disciple. Although I don't know the reason, Elder Zhao Feng didn't become Elder Chen's disciple. However, under such circumstances, Elder Chen is still so concerned about Elder Zhao Feng's matter. It's really admirable. Although he was shocked that Chen Kong was here because of Zhao Feng, Bai Li Hong still responded with a smile. He had also heard about the matter between Chen Kong and Zhao Feng. He had always wondered why Chen Kong did not accept Zhao Feng as his disciple. Although I believe in Elder Bai Li's character, I still hope to get a clear answer from you. Is Zhao Feng's death related to you? Chen Kong stared at Bai Li Hong with burning eyes as though he wanted to see the slightest change on Bai Li Hong's face. It has nothing to do with me. Bai Li Hong still had a smile on his face, but he shook his head. Do you dare to swear that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death? Chen Kong continued asking. Upon hearing Chen Kong's words, the smile on Bai Li Hong's face froze. He asked in a deep voice, Elder Chen, you don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to confirm it. Elder Bai Li, as long as you're willing to swear that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death, I, Chen Kong, am willing to bow and apologize to you. Chen Kong spoke again with a shocked expression on his face. Naturally, Chen Kong's words shocked Bai Li Hong as well. Chen Kong was willing to bow and apologize to him for Zhao Feng? Did he hear wrongly? Bai Li Hong could not help but look at the sect leader, Jiang Wei, who had been silent all this while. It was as though he wanted to get an answer from Jiang Wei about why Chen Kong cared so much about Zhao Feng. Unfortunately, although Jiang Wei knew the truth, it was impossible for him to reveal it. Elder Bai Li, the relationship between Elder Zhao Feng and Elder Chen surpasses that of a father and a son. Jiang Wei could only say this. Surpasses that of a father and a son? Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Bai Li Hong scoffed. If the relationship was really better than that of a father and a son, why did Chen Kong not take Zhao Feng as his disciple back then? Elder Chen, you're doubting my character by asking me to swear on the lightning penalty oath. I, Bai Li Hong, have never lied in my entire life. However, since you want me to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I'll do as you wish. Bai Li Hong said solemnly as he looked at Chen Kong. After he finished speaking, he swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of Chen Kong and Jiang Wei. The oath stated that Zhao Feng's death had nothing to do with him. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder sounded, and the lightning penalty oath came true. The lightning penalty did not descend from the sky. This meant Bai Li Hong was not lying. Jiang Wei sighed in relief immediately. He was really worried this matter had something to do with Bai Li Hong. If that was the case, he would be stuck in the middle. Chen Kong was like a guardian of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. Both of them were very important to the Moon Illumination sect, and he did not want to lose either of them. Now that things had come to this, it was finally a happy ending. Elder Bai Li, I apologize for my rudeness. Chen Kong was a man of his words. After Bai Li Hong swore on the lightning penalty oath, he bowed and apologized to him. Although he wasn't very sincere, he still lowered his arrogant head. Elder Chen, if there's nothing else, please forgive me for not seeing you out, Bai Li Hong said indifferently. Based on his words, it was obvious he was asking his guest to leave. He knew he was a good-tempered person, but Chen Kong's actions today had infuriated him. Junior Uncle Chen, let's go. Naturally, Jiang Wei could feel Bai Li Hong's feelings. He immediately persuaded Chen Kong to leave as well. There's no hurry. However, Chen Kong shook his head. At the same time, he looked at Bai Li Hong and said, Elder Bai Li Hong, please ask your junior brother, Duan Lingtian, to come out. Elder Chen, what do you mean? Bai Li Hong's expression changed drastically as he asked in an unfriendly tone. Elder Bai Li, I believe Zhao Feng's death has nothing to do with you. However, I can't confirm that this matter has nothing to do with your junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Therefore, please ask your junior brother to come out so I can confirm it. Chen Kong said. What? Elder Chen Kong, do you intend to ask my junior brother to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death? Bai Li Hong sneered. That's right. Chen Kong nodded as a matter of course. Elder Chen, I swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier not only because I respect you, but also because I didn't want to make things difficult for the sect leader. Otherwise, with my temper, I wouldn't have swore on the lightning penalty oath. To me, it's an insult to my character, Bai Li Hong said with a cold face. His words were firm. Elder Bai Li, I've already apologized to you. Chen Kong said in a deep voice. You've apologized. Bai Li Hong smiled brightly. Elder Chen, if you put it this way, then I would like to ask. If I apologize to you after this, are you willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to my request? Why not? Chen Kong said nonchalantly. Very good. Elder Chen, please swear on the lightning penalty oath that you've never done anything improper with your mother. What do you think? Although I believe in your character, I'd still like to confirm it with the lightning penalty oath. Bai Li Hong ignored Chen Kong's sudden change of expression and said coldly. These words could not be said to be not poisonous. Even Jiang Wei's expression changed. True energy surged in his body. He was afraid Chen Kong would attack Bai Li Hong in a fit of rage. He was prepared to protect Bai Li Hong. His heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Why did he not realize Elder Bai Li's mouth was so vicious in the past? Even if Chen Kong dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he would not swear on it. This was because it was a great insult to him. Not only was it an insult to him, but it was also an insult to his mother. Bai Li Hong, how many years has it been? You're the first person to arouse my killing intent. Chen Kong stared coldly at Bai Li Hong as killing intent flashed in his eyes. If it was not for Jiang Wei whose strength was not inferior to his, and if it was not for the fact that he was the one who insulted Bai Li Hong's character first, he would have made his move long ago. Elder Chen, I just want to take this opportunity to tell you that some lightning penalty oaths can't be made just because you haven't done it before. Bai Li Hong was not afraid of Chen Kong at all as he said nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, He did not wait for Chen Kong to reply before he looked at Jiang Wei again. Sect leader, I'm sure you've already investigated my junior brother's background. Do you think he has the ability to kill Elder Zhao Feng without my interference? The lightning penalty oath I swore earlier is enough to prove that Elder Zhao Feng's death has nothing to do with me and my junior brother. Bai Li Hong said solemnly, Elder Chen Kong has already insulted my character today. I won't let him insult my junior brother's character as well. If I, Bai Li Hong, can't even protect my junior brother, how am I supposed to continue living in this world? When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, he became agitated. Elder Bai Li, please calm down. It's my fault for not telling junior Uncle Chen about this. Jiang Wei became anxious when he saw how agitated Bai Li Hong was. At the same time, he looked at Chen Kong and said, Junior Uncle Chen, since Elder Bai Li swore on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death, I'm sure it has nothing to do with his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. I've investigated his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. He's from Mount Hill City, one of the 18 cities under our Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, he's from the mortal continent and doesn't have any other background. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Bai Li. With his background, it's also impossible for him to get someone more powerful than Elder Zhao Feng to help him. Jiang Wei finished his words quickly, mainly to dispel Chen Kong's doubts. He was worried Chen Kong would pick a fight with Bai Li Hong again. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Chen Kong's expression eased a little. However, his eyes were still filled with killing intent when he looked at Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong looked at him fearlessly as though he was not worried Chen Kong would attack him. Humph. Chapter 1550. No matter what, Bai Li Hong was still a 3-star saint inscription master. He was important to the Moon Illumination sect. Chen Kong knew Jiang Wei would stop him if he made a move. Moreover, Jiang Wei would be displeased, so he held himself back and did not make a move. If he was alone, he would not be afraid of Jiang Wei since his cultivation base was at the saint stage. However, he still had many descendants in the Moon Illumination sect. If he wanted his descendants to live a good life, he could not offend Jiang Wei. He had to know when to stop. Just like now, Jiang Wei had already explained to him. If he still did not know what was good for him, it would mean he was deliberately going against Jiang Wei. Elder Bai Li, I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused you today. After Chen Kong left, Jiang Wei sighed in relief and apologized to Bai Li Hong with a wry smile on his face. Sect leader, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Naturally, he would not vent his anger toward Chen Kong on the sect leader. The sect leader had always taken care of him. Otherwise, he would have left the Moon Illumination sect long ago because he could not resist the temptation of other forces. No matter what, I'm partly responsible for this. How about this? I heard many of your junior brother's friends and family have joined the sect. I'll give them 1 million merit points each as an apology to you. Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei was a shrewd person. He knew Bai Li Hong would definitely reject him if he compensated him directly. That was why he said he would give Feng Wu Dao and the others merit points. As it turned out, he was right to do so. In that case, thank you very much, sect leader. Although Bai Li Hong wasn't willing to accept Jiang Wei's compensation, this compensation was related to his junior brother's family and friends. Moreover, such a large amount of merit points would be of great use to his junior brother's family and friends, so he didn't refuse. You're too kind, Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei sighed in relief when he saw Bai Li Hong had tacitly accepted the apology. He bade farewell and left. As the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, it was only natural that Jiang Wei would agree to it. In just half a day, an inner court elder came to Bai Li Hong's mansion and transferred the merit points to Feng Wu Dao and the others. 1 million merit points each. Currently, Feng Wu Dao and the others were no longer the hotheads who had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, they knew what merit points meant. Due to this reason, all of them were dumbfounded. Are these merit points given to us by the sect leader? Only after that inner court elder left did Feng Wu Dao and the others withdraw their gazes from the crystal cards in their hands. For a time, they looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. They had no idea what was going on. To them, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect was high and mighty. With their current status, they would never be able to come into contact with him at all. However, such a high and mighty existence had actually given each of them 1,000,000 merit points for no reason. It must have been Elder Bai Li who fought for us, Sima Chang Feng asserted. At this moment, the others also deeply felt that this was the case. Only that Elder Bai Li possessed such enormous prestige. By the time Du and Lingtian learned about this matter, it was already a few days later. As soon as he came out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he came to look for Feng Wu Dao and the others to see if they were getting used to staying in the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, he also learned from Feng Wu Dao and the others that they had obtained 1,000,000 merit points each. When he heard that the merit points came from the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he was a little surprised as well. At this moment, he could faintly sense that things might not be as simple as they seemed. What a joke! Feng Wu Dao and the others had obtained 1,000,000 merit points each. In total, it was close to 10,000,000 merit points. Even if the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect did not lack merit points, it was impossible for him to give them away like this. Moreover, he had given them to a group of people who had just entered the Moon Illumination sect. Out of curiosity, Du and Lingtian immediately went to look for Bai Li Hong. Senior brother, I heard that the sect leader gave Uncle Feng and the others 1,000,000 merit points each. What's going on? When Du and Lingtian saw Bai Li Hong, he did not beat around the bush and asked. When Bai Li Hong saw the doubt on Du and Lingtian's face, he smiled faintly. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that the sect leader insisted on giving me an apology. He knew that I wouldn't accept it if he gave it to me directly, so he came up with this idea. I have no choice but to accept it. The sect leader gave you an apology. When Du and Lingtian heard this, he was even more confused. Why did he give you an apology? Because of Zhao Feng. Bai Li Hong stared deeply at Du and Lingtian. During these few days, Bai Li Hong had been thinking about this question over and over again. Was Zhao Feng's death really a coincidence? Although he didn't think that his junior brother had the strength to kill Zhao Feng, it was too much of a coincidence. In the past, Zhao Feng had left the sect on his own many times, but nothing had ever happened to him. However, this time, something had happened while he was hunting down his junior brother. He had lost his life as soon as something happened. Zhao Feng. When Du and Lingtian heard Bai Li Hong's words, he raised an eyebrow. I think I've heard of this person before. He seems to be Feng Fan's master whom I killed before. Although Du and Lingtian looked calm on the surface, ripples could be seen in his heart. It seems like Zhao Feng has a soul pearl as well. Du and Lingtian thought to himself. Junior brother, there are two pieces of news that have been spreading outside recently. I'm sure you haven't heard about it, right? Bai Li Hong asked with a smile. What news? Indeed, Du and Lingtian did not know about it since he had been cultivating in closed-door cultivation on the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Although he had not made the final breakthrough yet, he had already reached the final bottleneck. Feng Wu Dao and the others did not know about the two pieces of news since they did not go out recently. Therefore, it was impossible for them to tell Du and Lingtian about it. Then, Bai Li Hong told Du and Lingtian about the two pieces of news that had been spreading outside. Du and Lingtian raised an eyebrow. I can't believe so many things have happened outside while I was in closed-door cultivation. Senior brother, who do you think is the one who spread these two pieces of news? Is there even a need to guess? Bai Li Hong narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Indeed, there's no need to guess. Du and Lingtian smiled. As for the compensation from the sect leader, it has something to do with the news. A few days ago, the sect leader and Elder Qian Kong came together to confirm if Zhao Feng's death had anything to do with me. When Bai Li Hong reached this part of his sentence, he told Du and Lingtian what had happened a few days ago. Elder Qian Kong? Du and Lingtian was puzzled. He's the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination sect. He's one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong explained. Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Could it be that he's related to Zhao Feng? Since Zhao Feng's death could make Qian Kong go that far, it was impossible for him to believe that the two of them had nothing to do with each other. I also didn't expect Qian Kong to apologize to me for Zhao Feng's death. To be able to make a saint stage powerhouse bow down to him, the relationship between him and Zhao Feng must not be simple. It's impossible that they're not even master and disciple. Bai Li Hong said confidently. Maybe he's his illegitimate son. Duan Lingtian said casually. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that his casual remark, which sounded like a joke, happened to hit the mark. Senior brother, the lightning penalty oath that you made Qian Kong swear on is really ruthless. At that time, Qian Kong must have wanted to kill you, right? Duan Lingtian seemed to be smiling, but his heart was heavy. The reason Bai Li Hong had acted that way was to protect him. However, when he turned around, he did not even admit to killing Zhao Feng in front of Bai Li Hong. Of course, he wanted to kill me, Bai Li Hong smirked. Unfortunately, the sect leader won't let him have his way. Moreover, even if he really kills me, he won't have an easy time in the Moon Illumination sect. At that time, not only the sect leader, but the other saint stage powerhouses in the sect will be dissatisfied with him as well. He might be able to walk away, but he won't be alone unless he doesn't care about his descendants. Although Bai Li Hong said it casually, Duan Lingtian could feel the danger that Bai Li Hong was facing at that time. He was touched, but at the same time, he was afraid. If something happened to Bai Li Hong because of him, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Senior brother, there's something that I haven't told you yet. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said to Bai Li Hong, I killed Zhao Feng. Boom. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Bai Li Hong's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. His junior brother had killed Zhao Feng? Originally, although he guessed Zhao Feng's death had something to do with his junior brother, it did not cross his mind that his junior brother was the one who killed Zhao Feng. He only thought his junior brother had a hidden background and could order some powerhouse to kill Zhao Feng. However, after listening to Duan Lingtian's words, he realized he had made a mistake. Junior brother, why you really killed Zhao Feng? Bai Li Hong asked in disbelief after being stunned for a long time. Senior brother, there's no need for me to lie to you about this. Before I left the sect, I purposely spread the news that I was going back to my hometown to lure Liu Huan in. Who knew Zhao Feng would come after me instead of Liu Huan? It was completely out of my expectations. Duan Lingtian said, he wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, he died in my hands in the end. Junior brother, you should have told me about your plan in advance. The reason Liu Huan didn't chase after you was because I kept an eye on him after you left. Bai Li Hong smiled wryly. Under my watch, how could he have the chance to chase after you? Senior brother, you, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Bai Li Hong's words. He was wondering why Liu Huan did not chase after him with his character. As it turned out, it was his senior brother who stopped Liu Huan. Junior brother, if you have any plans in the future, it's better for you to discuss them with me. I don't want to ruin your good deed again. Bai Li Hong sighed. He emphasized the word good deed. Senior brother, I shouldn't have kept it from you. Chapter 1551. Junior brother, you actually managed to kill Zhao Feng. That Zhao Feng was at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. In terms of strength, among the people below the Saint Rudiment stage in the sect, only a few vice-sect leaders, another inner court elder, and I were able to suppress him. What level has your current strength reached? Bai Li Hong asked with a solemn expression. He was curious about Duan Lingtian's current strength. To tell you the truth, senior brother, I'm not afraid of anyone below the saint stage right now. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth and replied bluntly. His words were filled with confidence. Naturally, there was something else he did not say. When he had broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he was confident he would be able to kill an ordinary saint stage powerhouse. You're confident you'll be able to kill an imminent saint stage powerhouse? Bai Li Hong sucked in a cold breath. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse was strong, with his current strength, he only needed one strike to kill his opponent if he used the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Looks like I really don't have to worry about your safety anymore, junior brother. Your current strength has already surpassed me as your senior brother. Bai Li Hong sighed emotionally. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. At the same time, he was also happy for Duan Lingtian. This meant his junior brother would be able to protect himself now. No matter how strong I am, senior brother will always be Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong nodded with a smile on his face. Junior brother. Suddenly, Bai Li Hong seemed to have recalled something. The smile on his face disappeared as he said to Duan Lingtian solemnly, "You can just tell me about your current strength, but you can't reveal it to others. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble." I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew what Bai Li Hong meant by inviting trouble. If the Supreme Elder, Qian Kong, were to find out about his current strength, he would probably denounce him at the first possible moment. It was because his current strength was sufficient to easily kill Zhao Feng. Apart from that, it's obvious that Liu Huan was the one who released those two pieces of news. He must know that he can't do anything to us. But he still did it, so he must have something in mind. Bai Li Hong added. It's not hard to guess what he's after. He must have seen that I haven't left the manor for a long time after returning, and was deeply afraid that after a few years of secluded cultivation, I would become even stronger than him. At that time, the initiative between him and me would completely change. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke with certainty. That should be the case. Bai Li Hong nodded in agreement, and then laughed mockingly. Unfortunately, he probably never imagined even in his dreams that junior brother's current strength is far superior to his. Junior brother, you can even kill Zhao Feng, so killing him is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Since he can't sit still, I'll play along with him and have some fun with him. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he said coldly. When he left the Moon Illumination sect, he was not afraid of Liu Huan at all. At that time, he had not obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and he could not use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Currently, his strength was incomparable to before. Naturally, he was not afraid of Liu Huan at all. This time, senior brother, I won't cause any trouble. Bai Li Hong said awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, junior brother, I suggest that you wait for a while before making your move. At this moment, I'm afraid there are other eyes on you apart from Liu Huan. Bai Li Hong seemed to have recalled something as he spoke with a solemn expression. Senior brother, are you referring to Qian Kong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. I have a feeling that the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng is not ordinary. It has even surpassed the relationship between a direct disciple and a direct disciple. Based on Qian Kong's behavior a few days ago, he definitely won't let Zhao Feng's death go so easily. Due to this reason, I'm worried he's watching your every move. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had a plan in his heart. In that case, I'll wait until I've broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage before I look for Liu Huan to have some fun. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the word have some fun. In the following days, Duan Lingtian began to repeat what he did before. He cultivated quietly on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, ignoring everything that happened outside. Soon after, the words of Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, spread out. Elder Bai Li has already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death. If anyone dares to slander Elder Bai Li again, they'll be punished severely. These were Jiang Wei's exact words. When Jiang Wei's words spread out in the Moon Illumination sect, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar again. As it turns out, the 9 claps of thunder a few days ago were the resonance of the 9 heavenly tribulation when Elder Bai Li swore on the lightning penalty oath. Since he swore on the lightning penalty oath, this matter definitely has nothing to do with Elder Bai Li, I can't believe the sect leader actually asked Elder Bai Li to swear on the lightning penalty oath just for Elder Jiaofeng. Isn't he afraid Elder Bai Li will be disappointed by his actions? Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect. If he's offended, he can just leave the sect. The other 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market can't wait for Elder Bai Li to join them. The sect leader has indeed gone overboard with this matter. Similar discussions spread out in the Moon Illumination sect. Most of them were on Bai Li Hong's side. At the same time, the other few supreme elders in the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area had also learned about this matter. They immediately went to look for the sect leader, Jiang Wei. Sect leader, you've gone overboard with this matter. If Elder Bai Li leaves the Moon Illumination sect because of this, you'll be the sinner of the Moon Illumination sect. Humph. It was just a Jiaofeng. Forget about the fact that Elder Bai Li didn't kill him, even if he did, so what? Compared to Elder Bai Li, he's worthless to our Moon Illumination sect. The few supreme elders began to question Jiang Wei as soon as they saw him. At this moment, Jiang Wei felt wronged. He immediately looked at Chen Kong, who had a grave expression on his face. Junior Uncle Chen, don't tell me you want me to take the blame for this matter. Chen Kong was dragged here by the other supreme elders. Although he did not want to come, he knew he had to come at this time. Naturally, he did not come to denounce Jiang Wei. Instead, he came to stop the other supreme elders from denouncing Jiang Wei. As expected, the moment Jiang Wei's words left his mouth, the other supreme elders looked at Chen Kong one after another. Junior brother Chen, what's going on? Junior brother Chen, don't tell me you're the one who made Elder Bai Li swear on the lightning penalty oath instead of the sect leader. If that's the case, you're too muddle-headed. Senior brother Chen, I know Jiaofeng almost became your disciple, but he failed in the end, didn't he? Why do you care so much about his life and death? It's not worth it to offend Elder Bai Li because of him. The few supreme elders were either Chen Kong's senior brothers or junior brothers. All of them were from the older generation in the Moon Illumination sect. They were not as polite as Jiang Wei when they spoke to Chen Kong. What if he's my son? Faced with the accusation from his senior brothers, Chen Kong's face was terrifyingly grave. In the end, he told them about his relationship with Jiaofeng. The entire place fell silent at once. It was obvious the few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect did not know about the relationship between Chen Kong and Jiaofeng. When they heard Chen Kong's words, they were stunned for a moment before they smiled wryly. If that was the case, they could not blame Chen Kong anymore. After all, they would have done the same if they were in his shoes. Jiang Wei, who was standing at the side, sighed in relief at this moment. He did not care what the people below said about him. However, he had to care about the opinions of these few people before him. Not only were they his seniors, but they were also the guardians of the Moon Illumination sect. In Jiang Wei's opinion, this was the best outcome. However, he didn't know that from a certain point of view, this matter was only the beginning, and it was still far from the end. In the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. That Duan Lingtian is so calm. Liu Huan's expression was extremely grave. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would lose his cool because of this incident. However, Duan Lingtian's composure had completely exceeded his imagination. At this moment, he felt embarrassed and helpless. Could it be that all the things he had done secretly were all in vain? He was unwilling to accept this. He was really unwilling to accept this. However, what could he do even if he was unwilling to accept this? Wait. I don't believe that Duan Lingtian will continue to hide in Bai Li Hong's mansion, Liu Huan said through gritted teeth. At the same time, in a place near the central district of the Moon Illumination sect, a figure flew out of an independent mansion behind a mountain that was covered in mist. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Soon after, the figure arrived in the depths of the mountain. Master, you're finally back. Han Shuanai said excitedly when she saw the beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure before her. Shuanai, I've already asked my friend to divine the whereabouts of Sister Kerr. She's safe now. However, she'll face a great calamity soon. That calamity is related to her life. Whether she can survive it or not will depend on her luck. The beautiful woman sighed when she saw Han Shuanai. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. When Han Shuanai heard the beautiful woman say that Kerr was safe, a smile appeared on her face. However, horror dawned on her when she heard the beautiful woman's words. A great calamity that's related to her life. Master, senior prophet. Did he really say that? The friend her master mentioned was the oracle man who was famous in the Dao Martial Saint land. Chapter 1552. The oracle man was a legendary figure in the Dao Martial Saint land. Even Han Shuanai's father, the mansion master of the Greenwave Han Mansion, had never seen him before. She, on the other hand, had seen the oracle man once with her master when she was young. At that time, the old prophet had even divined her fate. He had said that she would travel to the distant mortal continent, the Cloud Continent, with Qing'enyu in a few years. At that time, a great fortuitous encounter would be waiting for her. Until now, she still did not know what the great opportunity the oracle man had mentioned was. However, the trip to Cloud Continent was the happiest day of her life. There, she got to know brother Ling Tian, sister Kerr, sister Fei Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. In front of them, she was free and unrestrained. They were not like the people from the Greenwave Han Mansion who treated her like a little princess. Master, is there a way to resolve Sister Kerr's calamity? Han Shuanai's voice began to tremble. She did not want anything to happen to her kind sister. She did not want to see her brother Ling Tian sad. If something really happened to Sister Kerr, how would brother Ling Tian be able to accept it? That old fellow said she can only rely on herself. The beautiful woman sighed. No. I'm going to Half Moon Island. I'm going to look for Sister Kerr. Han Shuanai turned around to leave as she spoke. She's no longer on Half Moon Island or Cloud Continent. The beautiful woman's words caused Han Shuanai's body to freeze completely. She turned around and looked at the beautiful woman again. Master, where's Sister Kerr now? I can't tell you exactly where she is. The beautiful woman shook her head. However, I came back this time mainly to tell you that I'll be leaving for a while. Master, you're leaving? Before the beautiful woman could finish speaking, Han Shuanai's expression changed slightly. In her eyes, this master was no different from her mother. Since her master had said so, it was obvious that he would be away for a long time. Naturally, she was reluctant to part with him. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded. I'm leaving this time because I have an extremely important matter to do. As for you, your big sister Fei and those three little fellows, you can return to Cloud Continent to take a look. According to that old fellow's deduction, your big brother Ling Tian should have already returned to Cloud Continent. Perhaps this time you can confirm his whereabouts. Brother Ling Tian. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Han Shuanai's eyes lit up. As for the dragons, at this point, the beautiful woman raised her hand and took out a small, exquisite sword. She passed it to Shuanai. If you come across dragons, just inject your true energy into it. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. After handing the small sword to Shuanai, the beautiful woman disappeared without a trace. Master. Han Shuanai, who held the small sword tightly, suddenly felt like crying. All these years, her master had been staying in the Greenwave Han Mansion and silently accompanying her. Now that she had left, she did not know when they would meet again. Although her master had long told her that she would leave one day, she did not expect that this day would come so soon. However, when Han Shuanai recalled that her master's cultivation base was far superior to her father's, she felt relieved. With her master's cultivation base, she could go anywhere in the world. As long as she was still around, there would be a day when they would meet again. Shuanai, from today onward, you can officially cultivate my red dust progeny's mental cultivation method. You don't have to worry anymore. It's time for the successor of my red dust progeny to step onto the stage. Her master's voice resonated in Han Shuanai's ears in a timely manner. After the beautiful woman left the Greenwave Han Mansion, she continued to head north. Zoroastrianism, Zoroastrianism. I can't believe that the Zoroastrianism's saint girl who had gone missing for so many years is actually someone by his side. I hope the Zoroastrianism won't go too far this time. Otherwise, even if my 7 Absolute sect is weak, I won't let this matter go so easily. Currently, the successor of my 7 Absolute sect's first Absolute, the Fograin progeny, has also appeared. Perhaps, just like what that old fellow, the prophet, said, it's time for my 7 Absolutes sect to step onto the stage. The beautiful woman muttered to herself. A long time ago, the 7 Absolute sect was a famous first-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Later on, when the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the 7 Absolute sect left the mortal world and went into seclusion. It was only then that it was gradually forgotten by the world. Ever since the 7 Absolute sect was established, the number of people in the sect had never exceeded 20. However, this sect with less than 20 people had once stunned the Dao Martial Saint Land for an era. It was also during that era that a person entered the sights of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was none other than the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. One man and one sword, he was invincible in the Dao Martial Saint Land. One was a sect that stunned the Dao Martial Saint Land for an era, while the other was a powerhouse who stunned the Dao Martial Saint Land for an era. Not many people were aware that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the successor of the Fograin progeny, the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. There were 7 Absolutes in the 7 Absolute sect. The Fograin progeny was the first Absolute. The Prophet progeny was the second Absolute. The mortal world was the 7th Absolute. Other than these 3 Absolutes, there were 4 other Absolutes that were also lurking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When the time came, they would come out of hiding and make a high-profile appearance. I heard from that old fellow, the prophet, that the successor of this generation's first Absolute, the Fograin progeny, has a ridiculously high fortuitous encounter. Even he can't predict it. Perhaps, I'll be lucky enough to witness the 7 Absolute sect's former glory. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman's autumn eyes seemed to reveal a bright and beautiful luster. Just as Han Shuanai was about to return to Half Moon Island and Cloud Continent with Li Fei and the 3 little fellows, a sudden incident happened. A sudden incident caused Han Shuanai to temporarily cancel her itinerary. The child in Li Fei's stomach was about to be born, in by Li Hong's mansion in the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. Why do I feel so uneasy recently? It's as if something's going to happen. In the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian frowned. No matter what, he should have broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage by now. However, due to the sudden uneasiness, he could not focus on his cultivation at all, let alone break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After forcefully cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian realized he was getting more and more agitated. He had no choice but to leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walk out of his room to relax. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not think about anything else. All he wanted to do was to go out for a walk. Due to this reason, he left the Moon Illumination sect's estate after leaving by Li Hong's mansion. He did not even seem to hear the greetings from the Moon Illumination sect's disciples along the way. He was in a daze as though he had lost his soul. What's wrong with senior brother Duan Lingtian? Something doesn't seem right. Look, senior brother Duan's eyes are so dull. What happened to make him so dejected? At this moment, the Moon Illumination sect's disciples along the way also noticed that something was amiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked like he had lost his soul. Duan Lingtian, you've finally come out. Liu Huan had been waiting outside the Moon Illumination sect for a long time. When he saw Duan Lingtian leaving the sect alone, he secretly followed him after confirming that Bai Li Hong did not follow him. Naturally, he was very careful. He did not even plan to make a move nearby. Liu Huan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, soon noticed the abnormality in Duan Lingtian's emotions. Don't tell me he noticed me. However, he sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not acting strangely. Half a day had passed. Although Duan Lingtian was merely walking, he was already far away from the Moon Illumination sect. When Duan Lingtian entered a dense forest, Liu Huan finally could not hold it in anymore and was ready to make his move. Boom! As a thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, Liu Huan, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, launched a sneak attack from behind Duan Lingtian. Not only that, the moment he made his move, he pushed his palm out with all his might in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. A smile crept up on the corner of Liu Huan's mouth when he saw his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, he had finally gotten rid of his greatest threat after today. However, as a louder explosion reverberated in the air, the smile on Liu Huan's face froze completely. Goodness! What did he just see? Liu Huan could clearly see a layer of light shield rose from the surface of Duan Lingtian's body out of nowhere when his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian. Upon closer inspection, the layer of light shield was actually consolidated by streaks of rapidly moving golden sword rays. Not only that, but the light shield also blocked his attack with all his might. Horror dawned on Liu Huan's face when he saw the golden light shield merely swayed a little and did not collapse. At this moment, it was only natural that he realized he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Stagnant territory. Without any hesitation, Liu Huan instantly set up his territory that shrouded the area within a 100-meter radius. Liu Huan's territory was called the Stagnant Territory. Within this territory, apart from himself and those whose cultivation base was higher than his, the true energy in their bodies would more or less be obstructed. It was as though there was an inexplicable force that was preventing them from unleashing their full power. At the same time, Liu Huan also took out his saint weapon. In the void above his head, the spiritual qi consolidated weapon and spiritual qi consolidated beast appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had also turned around. At this moment, his lifeless eyes had regained some color.